Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Can everybody hear me loud and clear? I am not getting any responses in the chat section, at least not yet. Can everybody hear me? All right, awesome. So again, this is Ask Me Anything reference self-defense. So if you have type of scenarios you've wondered about, like when is it typically justified to use force, the different types of force, different levels of force, shoot me a question. Let's talk about some chat rules real fast. Let's please no abusive talk to others in the chat. Debate is totally fine. Debate is actually encouraged. It's just that I just ask that there's no abusive language from one person to another person. And then also no spamming or posting links in the chat, please. Eyes wide shut, underscore ICU. Good to see you again. Jet, hello. Always survive. Hey, too bad you got to go to bed, but get your sleep so you can work early tomorrow. And Spartan 461, thanks for letting me know. And RW, thank you for letting me know too. So Waholo, asks, can I quickly explain the Castle Doctrine? So the Castle Doctrine, it's going to vary from state to state. In some states, the Castle Doctrine extends out further, but Castle Doctrine, to kind of generalize it across all the states that have the Castle Doctrine, is that you are allowed to use deadly force to protect yourself against an intruder in your house. Now, some states, they say, okay, your house and your curtilage, which would be like your yard near close by your house. So an example would be that I'm in my bedroom, 1 o'clock in the morning. Somebody kicks down my door. In my state, I can use deadly force to protect myself against that burglar. But then also in my states, let's say I'm in my backyard mowing my lawn, and I look up and some stranger has walked into my yard and starts to physically attack me. Then I can use deadly force to protect myself against a stranger that's physically attacking me there in the curtilage of my yard. Now, if I'm close to the sidewalk in my front yard near the city street, then that starts becoming a little bit different. In my state. So if some stranger is on the sidewalk and he's yelling obscenities and not really attacking me, then there's not really much I can do about other than the smart thing, which is just like, when I ain't dealing with you and just going into my house or going in the backyard. So that's kind of the Castle Doctrine really quick. Cliff asks, what do I think about the ATF raids? Cliff, I don't know. I have to admit, I don't watch the news as much as I should, so I don't really know much about what ATF raids are going on. And so, Cliff, if you or somebody else could give me more of a gist or re-comment with more what's going on with them. Nick asked, do I believe that an AR pistol ban and 80% guns will be banned soon? I don't know. I can see them going after it, but I think here in the midterms, we're going to have a lot more conservatives and Republicans. Hopefully they're not rhinos, but conservatives are going to do pretty good in the elections. So I don't know if those are going to be done anytime soon. I hope not. 223 DMR, welcome back, and hello to you in Missouri. Jet says that his wife would not fix dinner. Is this okay to eliminate the threat? So Cliff says CRS firearms got arrested for having reset triggers, auto key guard. So I don't know anything about the law on those reset triggers to know, did they supposedly have their permits? Was it legal what they were doing, what they weren't? I don't have enough. I don't have enough knowledge on that to say anything about it. So, eyes wide shut, ICU. So, hey, eyes wide shut. Does the ICU, does that stand for intensive care unit, or ICU is in like ICU? I'm just curious. But their question is, here in Australia, we are not permitted to own bang bangs or guns. What would you suggest would be a good, effective alternative? So if I was not able to have a gun, I would probably have a taser, but I bet tasers probably aren't legal in your area. When I say taser, I don't mean the stun gun that you actually got to physically hit somebody with it, but I'm talking about the taser that shoots the darts out. If you cannot have a gun or a taser, I would get good knife training is what I would get. Because you can't really carry somebody mentioned bow and arrow, but I mean, you can't really carry a bow and arrow around with you. So I'd find out what weapons are legal in your area, because I know Australia has some pretty harsh laws from my understanding. So I would look at taser. If you can't get taser, also look at a good pepper spray, Fox brand pepper spray, FOX brand pepper spray. I'm not a pepper spray expert, but Fox pepper spray. I carried that when I very first became a police officer, and that stuff was potent. Now, all pepper spray too many times takes a few moments for it to 100% affect the bad guy. So, you just got to realize that if somebody's coming at you with a knife and you hit them with pepper spray, they're probably going to slice and dice you up before that pepper spray takes full effect on them. But pepper spray does take the fight out of people pretty quick. But sometimes it takes a few seconds for that to kick in. And in that few seconds that it takes for that pepper spray to kick in, that can be a lifetime in self-defense time. Waholo, sorry, and I'm sorry if I butcher names now. He asked if recommending stockpiling green tip 5.56s or just standard 5.56. Me personally, I just stockpile 5.56. I've got some green tips, but so I wouldn't go with just one or the other, but I would probably, I think I've got 3/4 standard FMJs. I've got some, 3/4 are standard FMJs, and then I've got a handful of boxes of the green tips. So if somebody else wants to comment what they think and why, maybe somebody's a little bit more of an expert on those than I am. At the police department, we carried FMJs, and then we carried the bonded tactical points. So the FMJs were for more when we were outside, like maybe on a perimeter. So if you had like some armed guys do a armed robbery someplace and they fled the business, then us other officers would set up a perimeter. And while we were on those perimeters, if the people were armed, then we would be on that perimeter with our rifles. And so if we were outside, we usually had our FMJs. But then if in our magazines, but then if we were going to go into a business, like say if it was an active shooter event or something like that, that's where we would load the tactical bonded rounds. So that's more what I'm familiar with. I should know more on the green tips, but I don't. RW says, and the things just jumped on me here. Come on, where's RW at? RW, I'm trying to find your, right when I went to read yours, my thing jumped. Okay, here we go. I live in a state that does not require you to register your gun. Could there be any repercussions if you are carrying an unregistered gun and are forced to use it to defend yourself? So RW lives in a state that does not require him to register his gun. Then he's asking, is there any repercussions if he's carrying his unregistered gun and then he's forced to use it to defend yourself? So I always say this: learn your state's self-defense laws, your state's laws, because it's going to vary from state to state. Now, I would say there's probably a chance that there would not be any repercussions for you because it's not required for you to register your gun. So, and then I'll say this: if anybody lives in a state where you are required to register your gun, you need to move out of that state, because there's only one reason for gun registration, and that's for eventually so that they know who to, when they go to collect the guns, who to take the guns from. But anyways, if it's not by law, you're not required to register your gun, and you use it to defend yourself, I don't see how there could be a legal repercussion to you. Joseph Wilson asks, what are your thoughts on emergency preparations for a vehicle, as in gear, food, water, and filtration? Winter is Central Texas, and I work out in the middle of nowhere. So I want some people to comment down below with their thoughts on that. One thing that's difficult for me on that question is so for me, winter preparations is warm blankets, extra long johns, the thermal underwear. So we call them long johns in our area. Stuff to keep you warm. And then we got in our cars just those life straws, because in our cars, if we get stranded, it's just to get us home. Now, we don't keep water in our cars because they'll freeze. So for us, some snack things that are some shelf stable that can sit in our car for 6 or 8 months. So just a little bit of food and a way to get water. But the main thing for us is in my state is keeping warm. So, but if anybody else wants to comment down below, so Joseph Wilson gets a good answer to his question. Eyes wide shut. So it's I see you. All right. Well, thanks for clarifying that. And eyes wide shut, how are things there in Australia? I hear that the lockdowns over coronavirus and stuff like that has been pretty bad. Hey, John Lord, good to see you, buddy. Hey, Anna, how you doing? Up to your shenanigans as usual. Hello, John Rice. So Cliff asks, would I recommend a concealed carry weapons permit in a constitutional carry state? So Cliff, this is the way I would kind of look at it is, does a permit, so again, because states can vary from state to state in their laws, does a permit permit you? Does having a permit allow you to do anything extra? So I think there's some states that have constitutional carry, and I could be wrong on this. I don't pay enough attention. I think there are some states that if you are doing constitutional carry, then it must be carried out in the open. But if you have a permit, then you can carry it concealed. So as much as I don't agree with permits, my personal belief is that if a person gets stopped and they're a violent felon and they get caught with a firearm, well, then they go to jail for being a violent felon in possession of a firearm. But everybody else that's good working people, I don't believe they should get permits. They should have to get a permit to carry. But anyways, if I lived in a state that was like that, where if you did constitutional carry, you'd have to carry out in the open carry. But if I had a permit, then I could conceal carry. Then I would get the permit so I could conceal carry. Also, too, is do you have like a lifetime permit? Like my state has a lifetime permit, and it's not too expensive. It's just it's like $150 or something. I mean, it's not that outrageous. So, you know what? Even though as a police officer, I was not required to have a gun permit for those last 20 years. I still went ahead and got and paid for my lifetime gun permit, even though I didn't need a gun permit, because A, I never knew if and when I'd get tired of being a cop and hang it up. B, you know, can you does it grandfather you in any way down the road? So that's just kind of my thoughts. So just to kind of answer your question, if it would benefit you in some way and it doesn't cost an arm and a leg, I would get the permit just because of grandfathering, and sometimes it allows you to do extra things and stuff like that. Or you could just stand on principle and say, like, you know what, this is constitutional carry. We don't need permits. I ain't going to get one. I would respect either decision. So John Rice says he likes the gel better than the spray. He's talking about pepper spray. And I think that's what he's talking about. And so back when I was a police officer, we did not carry gels or the foam, because while it would stick to the bad guy, we'd have them where they would grab it and throw it back off, and it ended up on the contaminating the officers too. So they're both going to have their pros and their cons. If you like gel or spray, go for it. I'm not going to sit there and try to be like other people and try to act like I know everything and blah, 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 blah. Anna says, Anna, where'd your message go? Something about a funny meme. The comments jumped on me again. Funny meme I saw today. Australia's home self-defense, leaving their bedpost things, the round tops unscrewed to use the long screws attached to use as a weapon. Well, that's a meme. It might be true. So what's the thing? I saw a funny meme that was really funny. That was you might belong to the wrong political party when headlines about what your political party is doing sounds more like a Babylon Bee post. So Brian L has a very good answer here for constitutional carry. He says it's still good to have a CCW or concealed weapons permit through your state, because then you can carry, if you travel, you can carry in other states that recognize your state's gun permit. So I know it varies from state to state. Some states, they not many other states recognize their gun permit. You have other states where almost every state recognizes that state's gun permit. So that's a very good point. Thanks, Brian. So Stevie O. Charette says, I really wonder if the ATF has any law against a law-abiding citizen building, producing, and manufacturing his own fighter jet. So I would say there's actually probably two parts, Stevie O. For me having worked in government for 20 years and knowing how government works, let's say you built your own fighter jet. You'd probably have the, is it the FAA? Who oversees flying? So they would investigate you. And you know what? It'd probably be not illegal to build a fighter jet, as long as you never left the ground with it. So there's probably somewhere in the law that says that doesn't say anything. It's illegal to own airplane. It's flying the airplane. And then if your fighter jet had weaponry on it, then that's where the ATF part would come in. So the ATF wouldn't really even care if you had the jet. All they're going to care about are the firepower that's on that jet. And then the FAA or whoever does the flying part, overseas flying, then they would investigate the jet part. So Eyes Wide Shut says that even pepper spray is illegal over there. That's just crazy. You know, so this is my thought on laws like that. It should be illegal. The law should say it's an enhanced, okay. So the law should say it's illegal to rob somebody. And then it's even, I don't want to use the word more illegal, but it's an enhanced crime if you rob somebody and use pepper spray. And then it's even more of an enhanced crime to rob somebody with a gun. So let's say if it's illegal to rob somebody, which is robbery, then maybe you get 5 years in prison for that. But then if you rob somebody and use pepper spray in the course of it, well, then you get 6 or 7 years in prison over that. And then if you rob somebody using a gun, then you should that violent felon should get 30 years. I mean, that's if the person wasn't injured, you know. So Eyes Wide Open are yours. Ask when they do background. They know you got a gun. So I don't know if you're asking about something else that was earlier up there. So if that question was for me, if you can reword it. So Frank West 725, this is a good question. Can you shoot someone in self-defense if the robber threatens you but has no weapon? So that is an excellent question because there's a lot of variables in there. First of all, what is your state's laws on self-defense? So again, I'll say this, and you probably hear me say it 20 times throughout this evening. Know your state's laws on self-defense. The second part is it's called disparity of force. So I'm not that big of a guy. I'm 5'10" and I'm right around 200 pounds, and a lot of it's dad bod. But if a guy the size of Brock Lesnar attacked me, then I would be able to use deadly force against him because there's going to be such a disparity of force. A guy the size of Brock Lesnar would be able to beat me to death with his bare hands. If there was a guy my size that pretty violently attacked me, but all he was doing was pushing me and trying to rob me, you know, give me your money. It would be hard for me to justify shooting him or using deadly force in self-defense. I might be able to get away with it. The prosecutor's office in this area might say, yeah, it was robbery. So, and he didn't know him. It was a total stranger. It'd be hard to get a conviction. We won't charge him. Now, if a guy my size or even smaller than me physically attacked me, trying to rob me, did not have a weapon, but managed to get me down and have me down on the ground and started ground and pounding me, where he's punching my face and my head's bouncing off the sidewalk or the asphalt or whatever, then in my state, deadly force would be justified at that point. Even if he was my size or smaller, the fact that he was starting to do severe damage to me like that, where that could cause me to suffer concussions, go unconscious, stuff like that. JoeG says his everyday carry is a Glock 19 loaded with HSTs. Good choice. Good gun, and that's good ammunition. So Michigan, I like your name. Do you prioritize carrying a backup firearm? If so, what is your purpose? Such as an emergency get out of dodge tool or a stand up and fight backup like your primary weapon? I don't carry a backup gun. I never did. I fully support carrying a backup gun. I don't think I think carrying a backup gun is good to do. I admit it. I'm lazy. I don't do it. But for me, if I carried a backup gun, it would be because it would purely be because either my primary gun either went out of commission or I couldn't reach my primary gun. So let's say my primary gun, which I usually carry on my hip here, if I was down on the ground and some guy was on top of me, some attacker was on top of me and straddling me, and I couldn't reach my gun, then that's where I would place the backup gun in a place that I could reach it. So hopefully that makes sense. Spartan 461, have I seen your question? I'm looking for it. Now, somebody did a super chat a few minutes ago, and I thought I was working my way down to it. So, Spartan, re-ask your question because I'm trying to scroll real fast here. So, Spartan, if you don't mind, re-ask your question, and then... Okay, it was instructor Emerson Lima. Thank you very much. I'm getting ready to get to you here in just a second, buddy. Sandy Hellman asks, I'm in New York and wonder what to do if they bang on my door to vaccinate me or take me away to a camp. Can't even have pepper spray here. Yeah, that's... So my thing is I would not live, and I know this is easier said than done, but I would not live in some place like New York or California or someplace like that. In my state was one of the states that led the lawsuits against that. My state was one of the states that actually brought a lawsuit to the Supreme Court, sued over the vaccine mandate for workers. So, they might be able to, your state, New York, I don't see them being able to forcefully vaccinate you, at least not now. Who knows when the next pandemic or whatever comes around, but, could they do like Australia, what's happening over in Australia, which is they're actually taking people to quarantine camps. And so it can get weird because there was a lot of laws that were written saying, hey, and under true emergencies, you can quarantine people. The issue is some of these states are calling COVID-19, which has its 99 point whatever survival rate. They're saying this is a true emergency that would give them those powers to do that, where there's a lot of other states that say, no, this is 99 point something survival rate. Let's hide grandma. Let's hide the people with type 2 diabetes, but we're not doing any of that other stuff. So anyways, that's just something to think about there. Because if it is legal in that state, and if you fight that, while you might be righteous in your fighting, in the end, if it's legal in your state, they're still going to end up taking you. And then you're going to have prison and criminal charges and possibly injuries and stuff like that. And the one thing I always remind people with the police are many times a result of the area that you live. If you live in a liberal area, an extremely liberal area, there's kids that are born in that liberal area. those kids are raised by liberal parents, liberal school teachers, and, you know, people that bring them up and teach them. And all these kids know is to be liberal. That's all they know. Well, these kids grow up to be plumbers, electricians, school teachers themselves, and also police officers. And so you get into a really liberal area and you're going to have liberal plumbers, liberal electricians, and also liberal police officers. And liberal police officers be the type that would do stupid stuff like that. Now, in my area, when we started hearing about cops in Australia actually rounding people up to put them in these quarantine centers or whatever they put on there, here we were like, what are they thinking over there? You know, so over here, or at least in my state, they did have that initial, when COVID first hit, the state went into lockdown, and they were closing parks and closing this and closing that. And all the cops in our area was like, we're not enforcing masks. We're not enforcing lockdowns. We're not enforcing the emergency travel ban. And in fact, our state said, well, there is an emergency travel ban. You have to have a reason to pull that person over. So if you see a car driving down the street underneath, and I'm talking about when COVID was first hitting, this stuff got lifted very quickly in my area. But when that was very first hitting, my state said there is an emergency travel ban, but you can't just pull a car over just to make sure they're going to a mandatory job or something like that. And so the only people that actually got charged with violating the emergency travel in my state were people that got popped with DUIs or committed some other crime and they got caught in their car. And then that didn't happen very much either. So if a guy robbed a bank and then he got caught escaping the bank, then he would get charged with robbing the bank and violating that emergency travel ban or what have you. But anyways, all the cops in my area was like, this isn't martial law. We're not underneath martial law. We don't do martial law. So we're not going to enforce this stuff. And then we actually, all the police departments in my area, when the state said, we're requiring masks to be worn in grocery stores or whatever, all the police departments all put out notifications on Facebook or whatever saying, we are not enforcing the mask rule. If you see a business and they're not requiring masks, then you just need to notify the State Department of Health. We're not mask Nazis. All right, instructor Emerson Lima. Again, thank you for the $5 super chat. I very much appreciate that. Like I said last chat, I am saving up for one of those little small utility tractors, something that's got a small bucket on the front, something that can pull a brush cutter in the back. And so this, the super chats like this are very much appreciated. He says, in a very, very chaotic scenario without credit cards or money, what do you believe will be a new quote unquote coin? Sugar, weed, aka the devil's lettuce, or gasoline? Cheers from Brazil. So you know what? That's an excellent question, because that is going to be very dependent on the area that you live in. Are there a lot of pot smokers in your area? Are there a lot of things that need to be done by machinery that's going to require gasoline? So now one thing to think of, like sugar, people use that to make alcohol, right? The sugar gets used in it. So one thing I do have is I don't drink alcohol myself. I quit drinking in my 30s or late 30s. I quit drinking. But I do have several bottles of alcohol in my preps. Could be used for cleaning, could be used as an antiseptic. But one of the reasons I got them is for trading. So alcohol be one of those things. So what's that grain alcohol that that really highly potent? Everclear, you know, that'd be something I would, if I had more money, I would get more little small bottles of that for trading and or using for the multiple purposes that you can use it. So I'd say I'm thinking alcohol is going to be on one of the top levels, because like sugar, I mean, if you got maple trees that grow in your area, you can collect that sap and boil it down, boil it past the syrup part, and it starts turning more into sugar. So there's ways that people can make sugar pretty easily, but I think alcohol might be a little bit harder to come across. Washburn Billy, welcome back. I remember you from last week. Anna Lee Brown, good comments on the vehicle. And the comment section jumped on me again, so I'm trying to get back to where I was at. Give me just a second here. My apologies, folks. I am not the most technology dude. Made by America says, I suggest everybody train in using a sword as well as a knife. Training with edged weapons, I agree with that, because you can't always depend on a gun. And Jay Carnes says, to follow up on a previous comment, other states that recognize your state's concealed permit may not allow constitutional carry. So I think that's a very good point that him and a couple other people has brought up is go ahead and get the permit, even though I don't think you should have to. I think we should have constitutional carry across the United States. But I would say get the permit just so other states that recognize your state's permit that allow you to carry in that state if you travel. Anna says that she has read at least 3 Babylon Bee posts this week that were pretty real. Carl, 3%. Joe Biden's popularity just fell below Brussels sprouts. That's pretty bad, man. I try my best to eat vegetables, and man, I have a hard time with Brussels sprouts myself. I know some people that voted for Biden because they just disliked Trump's personality so much, and most of them are saying that a lot of them are saying that they have buyer's remorse now. I personally didn't like Trump's personality, unless he was tearing into CNN or somebody like that. But I couldn't listen to Trump talk longer than 5 minutes. He just kind of annoyed me. But I liked a lot of his things that he was doing. So I 100% voted for him. No problem. So Born to Lead asks, can you show your gun to defuse the situation? And he's in the state of Illinois. So again, I'll say it. You need to learn Illinois state's laws on self-defense, and you might even Google the word Illinois and brandishing a firearm. I will tell you now Illinois has, I would not live in the state of Illinois because you guys suffer from Chicago. From my understanding, you guys suffer because of Chicago. So Illinois is a lot more stricter. But now a lot of states will say it is legal to brandish your gun or to show your gun in a threatening manner if it's reasonable to do so. So I'll give a real simple example. If a guy's like 10 feet away from me and he pulls out a knife and he says, give me your wallet, and I pull my gun out and I point it at him and I say, leave me alone, that would be perfectly legal. I showed my gun. Not only did I show my gun, I pointed it at him. And that was perfectly reasonable to do so because he had a weapon and he had the three-prong test. He had the ability and the intent, and what's the third one? Help me out here. When you're able to do it, like you have a weapon, you are in the proximity of the person to injure them with that weapon, and then you also show intent that you would harm that person. You got your three things there. So now let's say I'm in a park or a public place, and two guys start kind of circling me, taunting me, saying they're going to kick my butt, doing whatever. And if I raised my shirt up and showed I had a handgun on me and said, look, just let me be, in my area, again, that would be perfectly reasonable, because I had multiple could-be attackers there, so I was diffusing the situation before it reached to that point that I actually had to shoot. Now, this is something I think is pretty important, is and there's going to be some people's going to disagree with me on this, but I'm just telling you from 20 years experience, if you have a situation happen, I think it's important to call 911, make a report on it, because we don't always 100% believe the initial 911 callers. I mean, because there are a lot of nutty people out there that call 911 and say they're seeing aliens and they've been attacked. And when I say nutty people saying that they've been attacked, I'm talking like actual nutty people, and they were not attacked, So we don't automatically believe who calls 911 first, but it does but victims have a tendency to call 911 first. But there are instances where people do call 911 when bad guys call 911 and try to paint the good person as bad. So just because you don't call 911 first doesn't mean you're automatically going to go to jail, but it does help, when you call 911 and say, look, I just had these two dudes and they were threatening me. I started feeling in fear for my life. They were saying they were both going to attack me. I lifted up my shirt and showed my gun, and they left. And I just want to report that. But again, in the end, know your state's laws on self-defense. Made by America says, seems like the Second Amendment is extremely under attack. I agree with you. I also think that we are making some headway and some leadway. We're getting more and more states adopting constitutional carry. I think pretty soon the Supreme Court is going to give a ruling. I don't think they're going to say constitutional carry in every state, but I think they're going to say in every state they have to have at least what's called a shall issue permit. And for folks that don't know, you kind of got three different systems going there. You got some states that if you apply for a gun permit, then they're going to ask you for a reason why you want that gun permit. And you're going to have a good reason, like, well, I work as armed security, or I have a job and I carry large sums of money, or you got to have some kind of valid reason. If you just say, I want to carry it for personal protection, they're going to deny you that permit. And then you have some states that are called shall issue states. So you apply for I say a gun permit, but a carry permit in a shall issue state. When you apply, they shall issue you that gun permit unless you have some kind of a felony conviction or domestic violence DV conviction or something like that would prohibit you from having that permit. And then type number 3 is constitutional carry, which is, a lot of states, as long as you're not a violent felony and you don't have violent criminal convictions in your background, you can carry a gun without a permit. So I got a feeling, I'm not going to bet money on it. Well, you know what? If I were a betting man, I'd probably lay down $5, $10, $20 on it that here sometime in the near future, the Supreme Court's going to say every state has to be at least a shall issue. And then with that shall issue, you can't charge an arm and a leg to to process that permit. RWS, I have heard of people modifying their ammo from factory specs. Is this illegal? So, I, again, look up your laws, your state's laws on self-defense, because some ammo, like I think it's New Jersey, where hollow points are illegal. I think it's New Jersey, but hollow points are illegal while full metal jackets are legal. Maybe this is to carry out. I'm not for certain on that. So you would want to learn what your state's laws are on that. So in my state, I could do whatever I want to the ammo. The only thing my state is going to care about was it justified for me to use deadly force? My state, and a lot of states out there that have good self-defense laws on state laws on self-defense, a lot of states out there aren't going to care if you ran the bad guy over, if you stabbed the bad guy, or if you shot the bad guy. What they're going to care about was it reasonable and was it justified for you to use deadly force on that bad guy? So my state's not going to care if I shot the bad guy with hollow points, or if I shot the bad guy with a full metal jacket around, or if I took a shotgun shell and I shoved it full of screws, if I emptied the BBs out, for lack of the shot out, and filled it full of a bunch of screws and stuff like that and shot him. All they're going to care about was it justified for me to use deadly force on him. Now, what you have to be concerned with, though, is if you have a not so clear-cut case of self-defense. Maybe somebody's at a bar and they have a few drinks in them. They get a few drinks in them, and then they end up in an argument, and then them and somebody else, they get in that argument with somebody else, and they end up out in the parking lot, and it turns into a verbal. I mean, it's verbal at first, but then it turns ugly. And it just, maybe, let's just say it's really muddied the legal waters. If you do stuff to your firearm or to your ammunition, that would not automatically make you guilty of using deadly force when you shouldn't have. But the prosecutor could try to use that to paint that against you. They could to try to paint you as somebody that was just out to kill somebody or something like that. So if there's no state law saying that you can't modify your ammunition in some way, then if your state does not have a law against modifying your ammunition, then your prosecutor won't be able to charge you with that. The police won't be able to arrest you on that. But they could try to use that against you in court to try to paint you as a bad person, to try to prove their point that your self-defense was not justified. The other thing you got to think of, too, is if you modify your ammunition, does it make it a danger to other bystanders? So let's say, I don't know, this is not a very good example, but I can't think of anything right offhand. Let's say I carry a large caliber handgun, and I take the actual projectile out and I replace it with some kind of birdshot or something like that, and I go to shoot a bad guy and that birdshot spreads and hits innocent bystanders, then I'm going to end up getting sued. You know, those innocent bystanders, their attorneys are going to be like, oh, he messed with the factory specs, he did this, he did that, you know, and they'll go after and sue you. So hopefully that helps. Cliff, hey, you're very welcome. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. So Brian L says, showing just a diffuse is called brandishing. It could be a very bad thing. It could be or it could not be. What did you diffuse? Was it reasonable to show that? I mean, if it's just a verbal argument and I show my gun, then in most places, that would be called brandishing, or in my state, it would be called felony intimidation. But if, like the example I gave earlier, if I had two guys approach me, start taunting me, saying they're going to kick my butt and beat me up and hurt me, and I'm backing up, and I'm like, I show my gun, I'm like, hey, I don't want problems, leave me alone. In my state, that would be reasonable. I diffused a situation that was getting ready to turn deadly, because two attackers against one person is usually, in most situations, considered deadly force. Again, if your state has good self-defense laws. So Anna Lee says she's 5'4". Any person bigger than me could kick her butt and cause her great bodily harm. And she is right. In the state of Indiana, you don't have to worry about just being killed, but then also great bodily harm. And that's what I mentioned earlier. If a guy was on top of me and was grounding and pounding me and bouncing my head off the sidewalk, something that could cause a concussion or unconsciousness, a lot of states that have good self-defense laws, you could use deadly force at that point. So again, know your state's laws on self-defense, but I know Indiana says you can defend yourself. You can use deadly force to defend your life, and also against great bodily harm, which could be broken bones, losing a limb, getting, blinded, getting knocked unconscious, and stuff like that. So, all right. So Made by America asks a very good question here. So let's say his wife is at the store getting ready to put the kids in the car, and some guy comes behind her and tries to rob her without a weapon. Can she pull her gun out? So there's going to be two mitigating factors. And I'll tell you what, folks, that you'll always, every self-defense situation always has what they call mitigating factors. What's the size of your attacker? Can your attacker do you harm? So like a 10-year-old kid that weighs 100 pounds is going to have a hard time doing me harm unless he has a knife in his hand. But once you put a knife in his hand, or put a gun in his hand, or a baseball bat, then you start getting those mitigating factors. Now that 10-year-old kid can do a lot of damage to me. Now, so a big mitigating factor there is it's your wife and some dude trying to rob her. Even though he's not got a weapon, he's probably a lot larger than your wife. He's probably a bigger guy. He would probably be a bigger guy than your wife. Then you got the other mitigating factor there, that your kids are there. Now how small are your kids? So I'm guessing you got normal little kids. That one of your kids is not an adult son that is 18 years old and is a bodybuilder and stuff like that. So if it's your typical, the picture I'm painting, your wife, and you got your two kids, maybe 1 6 or maybe 1 7 years old or something like that, and you got a totally strange guy that's bigger than them demanding your wife's money. Now your wife can very easily say, I didn't know what he was going to want after the money because I have my kids here, And so again, study your state's laws on self-defense, but like in most states that have good self-defense laws, which a lot of states do. I mean, once you get outside of California, and I think Minnesota's kind of got some crappy ones, but state of New York, but you get out of those liberal areas, and a lot of states have pretty decent self-defense laws. I think in a lot of states, your wife would be justified in pulling her weapon, maybe even shooting the dude. You got some fully grown man committing a robbery and against a woman with kids, So Steve Charette says, so insurance companies are starting to come out for people that are legal trouble with these weapons. Sounds like tyranny and tax on top of other tax. It's a new car. I'm sorry, Stevio. I'm not quite understanding your statement. If you could restate it or clarify it for me. And my apologies on that, okay? So Made by America, you think Washington, the state of Washington, is a stand your ground law? So I've got a video coming up, and it's going to be called 3 Reasons Why the duty to retreat law can result in your death. And I completely agree with stand your ground, and I completely disagree with duty to retreat. Now, I say this in the upcoming video. It's going to be tomorrow, or it's probably going to be next weekend. I think tomorrow is going to be when you should holster your weapon, when and how you should holster your weapon after a self-defense incident. But first things first, with duty to retreat and stand your ground. If I am legally where I am at, if I'm at a place legally and a bad guy goes to assault me or hurt me, I should not be forced to leave. This should be the bad guy that has to leave, not the good person, right? That's asinine thing number one. Why would any law say that a innocent person should have to leave the area they're at? That angers me when states have a duty to retreat law. Now, I will say this. If a person can retreat safely without having to shoot somebody, that's the better option. I mean, because I've been involved in a police action shooting. That's the worst day of your life. That's something I would never want to repeat again. If I can safely leave an area without having to shoot somebody, I will. All right. But it should not be expected or mandated. And the big thing that a lot of people forget is when a self-defense situation, especially a life or death self-defense situation, comes down, it hits fast, it hits hard. You're trying to absorb and comprehend and make all these decisions, and you're having to make these split-second decisions. I mean, split-second decisions. Well, when you are having to make split-second decisions result in mistakes, and they result in imperfect decisions. All right. So when you're having to make split-second decisions in a holy cow, I'm about to die moment, you're not going to make the 100% best decisions there are. All right. So when you are making imperfect, I really can't talk, I swear. When you are having to make imperfect split-second decisions, one little mistake messes up your retreat. And then should the good guy have to find out the hard way that he cannot escape, that he can't outrun that criminal or what have you. So my thought is we need to be putting the onus back on the bad guys. We need to get back to the old belief of, and when I say we, I know 99% of you folks aren't like this. 99% of you folks have the same mindset I do. But we need to get back to the society needs to get back to the mindset of that bad guy played a stupid game and therefore he won a stupid prize. But every time we put a burden on the good guy, we are making it easier for the bad guy. And that's just what really makes me angry. Nancy, yes. I am a glutton for punishment. I'm not going to do 6 hours again. I'm at 1 hour now. I'll probably do another hour and call it a night. Well, I definitely want to be done. It's almost 9:30 my time, Eastern Standard Time. I definitely want to be going to bed around 11:30. So, folks, just a quick reminder, no abusive talk to other people in the chat. No mean, abusive arguing back and forth. Debate is fine. Debate is what's the word I'm looking for? It's completely fine. Feel free to debate me. If you disagree with something I say, let me know you disagree. Just say, hey, ethical preparedness, I disagree with you, and here's why. Just don't say, well, ethical preparedness, you're the biggest idiot in the world. You're a dumb ass, blah, blah, blah. Then I'll think, oh, I'm at home and my wife's talking to me. Just joking on that. But anyways, yeah, no abusive talk to other viewers, and then no spamming or posting of links of any kind. Well, okay, no spamming. If it's posting a link to a news story or something like that that's relevant to what we're talking about, that's a different story. But doing a link to a My Fans or OnlyFans, is that what it's called? OnlyFans? That's not allowed. By the way, Anna, how's your OnlyFans website going? I'm joking. Anna does not have an OnlyFans, or at least not that I know of. I'm just teasing her. She's a good girl. Stevie O. Charette says there's a lot of laws written that go against our Constitution and our way of life. As an American, I don't have freedoms, and I don't know about them because I was born without so many freedoms taken. Stevie O, I agree with you. Now, I see some states that are going the populist way, and I'm seeing more and more Republicans becoming conservatives rather than rhinos, where they're starting to remove laws in certain areas. One thing I like to remind people was, like, even 100 years ago, they were doing these mask mandates during the Spanish flu or the flu of 1918, whichever you prefer to call it. They were doing shutdowns and lockdowns and stuff like that. I do think we need to. One of the things I liked about Trump was he was like, for every new law or new whatever that was made, we got to repeal 5 of them or get rid of 5 of them. I don't think those were laws. I think those were, I can't think of what it's called right offhand. When something's not a law, but businesses still have to abide by them or what have you. But I see some areas that are getting stupid and getting more and more tyrannical. And then I see other areas becoming more and more free. But then you get into, so let's say you live in a very free state, but you live in a town that has ordinances against you raising livestock in your backyard. If you live like in a subdivision within that perimeter of that town, that the town's line or whatever within the town. And, I've seen some cities and towns say you can have chickens, but you can't have roosters because we're a highly populated city and people don't want to be getting woke up at 4:30 in the morning by your rooster because everybody lives right next door to each other. Then I see some that say you can't have livestock at all. You can't have chickens. You can't have rabbits. You can't have nothing. And I can kind of understand the ones that say, hey, you can have chickens, but you can't have roosters because the houses are only 20 feet away from each other. And you can't be, waking up your neighbors at 4:30 in the morning with your rooster. I can at least appreciate that one. But those ones that are like, you can't have no kind of, or there was some states that were, you get some states that were, and I done lost my train of thought because I was reading Eyes Wide Shut's comment here. So Anna Lee Brown, she talked about red flag law in Indiana having a red flag law. And here in Indiana, we do have a red flag law. It's called the Jake Laird law. But we cannot seize a person's weapons without evidence. So you have some states that have a red flag law that, if somebody just says, oh, I overheard him talking, he's saying he was going to kill people, then in that area, they can seize that person's weapons just from an accusation. Of course, that's going to be real liberal areas. In Indiana, there had to be some kind of evidence to back up that accusation. Now, if you had 5 people, let's say you got called to a workplace and they said, hey, Bob over there and the janitor, he was saying he was going to, on his lunch break, go get his gun and come back and kill us all. Then if I had 5 different people saying that, then that'd be kind of a different story, because the 5 different people all coming together to come up with a malarkey story, chances are that's not going to be happening. But if you had that one thing with let's say the ex-wife, yeah, we're going through a nasty divorce. He's saying he's going to go get his rifle and shoot up the school, All right, so just with that accusation alone, we're not going to be able to go seize his weapons. Now, we would ask her, well, or people that he knew or what have is he posting anything on Facebook or on social media that he's going to shoot the place up? Has anybody else heard him? Is there any other evidence besides you, the ex that's going through a nasty divorce? Is there any other evidence besides just this accusation? And so when the whole red flag law was coming up, again, was all in the news and stuff, the prosecutor in my county talked about the red flag law and how we have to have other evidence. And I really like what the prosecutor said. Now, this is the prosecutor, the guy that would move forward if you did see somebody's firearms. He would be the one that would move forward if your seizure was correct or not. And he said, we've got the red flag law here in Indiana. He said, but you be very careful that we don't trample on somebody's Second Amendment rights. And so I really appreciate that. So now, here's an example of where a red flag law could be used here in my state. A parent calls you. He says, the parent says, hey, my kid's saying he's going to go shoot up the school. All right. And then the teacher or other students shows social media posts, saying he's going to kill people and stuff like that. Then you start getting actual evidence that this kid's going to do something. Then you can seize any weapons that kid has, guns, knives, pretty much anything he could use to kill somebody with. If I catch a guy behind a bank putting on a ski mask and it's 90 degrees outside and he's got a gun on him, he's getting ready to rob that bank, and I'd be able to seize that weapon and probably try to charge him with conspiracy to rob the bank or something. I wouldn't have to let that bad guy go into that bank with that gun and actually commit the bank robbery before I could take action to stop it. So that's one of the things I do like about my state was there's got to be some reasonableness to it, because the judges in my state, outside of the liberal city, the judges in my state, from what I've witnessed, have been pretty impartial, fairly impartial. And so they just don't automatically believe the cop just because the cop said something. They're fairly impartial. And if you do an arrest or a seizure of some kind and it gets thrown out, you get opened up as a police officer, you get opened up for a lawsuit for illegal search and or seizure. And when that lawsuit happens, that lawsuit lists your police department and also lists you individually. So if I falsely arrested somebody, I risked losing my car, my house, and stuff like that. So and I agree with that because it keeps the government in check. The government has to be kept in check. Made by America says he's libertarian and the wifey is coming out of liberalism slowly. It's a rough relationship. That is pretty opposing libertarian and liberalism, you know, which was funny because liberalism in the 1960s and the 1970s was really close to libertarianism. Whereas now it's just the opposite. Liberalism is very, you know, you will do this, you will do that, you will do this, you know. So Eyes Wide Shut had said a minute ago that every time that I pause, that you think about answering a question, I think my internet has frozen. So I read that earlier, kind of threw my train of thought. My apologies. Greg, Mr. Glenn said the great state of Chicago here. Yeah, I'm sorry if you live in Illinois, and I'm sorry if you live in Chicago. I could not have been a police officer nor live in an area like that. Just I got to have my freedom. Hey, Made by America made a comment to Anna Lee, and Made by America, I hope you don't mind that I'm reading this out loud since you're actually directing this to Anna Lee. He says, I have been, but not sure how much longer I can be. I've only stuck around because she threatens me that she will take everything I have along with my kids. So Made by America, it sounds like you're in a caustic relationship there. And I would suggest that you do, now this isn't legal advice. I'm going to tell you what I would do if I was in your shoes. I would do most of your communication via text message. If she gets violent and stuff like that around you, I would use your cell phone like a body cam and capture these moments. And that way, when it comes time for court, you're going to have a ton of evidence of how this person was the caustic one and causing all the problems. Excuse me. I've seen that happen. And of course, it's going to vary from state to state, but I've seen that happen where judges look at these text messages and you've got the one person going, you stupid idiot, I'm going to beat your butt, but I'm going to take the kids. I'm going to take everything you own. And then the other person saying, hey, look, I don't want to argue. I got to go to work. Can we please discuss this civilly? And then the other person responding back with, no, because you're a freaking idiot, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to take the kids. I'm going to take you for everything. And I've seen judges read that and go, yeah, it's pretty obvious here who the person in the wrong is. And really, so I've seen it. I've seen women lose big time in court because they acted that way. And then I've seen men lose big time in court because they acted that way. But so anyways. John Rice says pot smokers are everywhere. LOL. Hey, John, I think you're correct, man. I think everybody smokes pot except for me. So John Lord says you need a Bobcat with all those appliances. Well, I mean, the thing just jumped again. He said he told JJ Johnson that. I just talked to JJ yesterday. We're going to probably meet up for lunch here in the next couple. We've met up for lunch a couple times. And he's a good dude. I like JJ. He's an awesome guy. Folks, I'm sorry. I'm trying to scroll back up because the because my comments jumped on me. So it's hard for me to pay attention to the comments too. And then when they jump like that, I mean, they just jump. And so, okay, so I'm going to kind of scroll down because I can either spend 5 minutes scrolling up. RW, I got a big green box that says, welcome to support this channel. So I'm not real 100% up to date on these live chats. So I don't know if that is your comment or if it's telling me to welcome you to support this channel. I don't know. My apologies. I don't know what YouTube is telling me here, but I remember seeing a box a couple minutes ago saying you were one of the top persons posting on this. Anyway, say thank you. So Stevie O. Charette says, you guys know cops have been enforcing unconstitutional laws for a long time. I knowingly and some knowingly. I think he's saying some unknowingly and some knowingly. But bear in mind, I do understand the need. They have law enforcement. So Stevie O. Charette has a good point there. Now, here's one of the things I like to kind of remind people of is that, like I said earlier, you have an area, the cops will be a result of how they were raised in that area. You got a liberal area with liberal school teachers and liberal parents. They're going to raise liberal kids. These liberal kids are going to grow up to be liberal electricians, a liberal school teachers, a liberal plumbers, and liberal cops. And liberal cops don't know or understand or appreciate the Constitution. You get into a conservative area, and you got conservative parents and conservative teachers raising kids, and these kids will grow up to be conservative plumbers, electricians, teachers, and cops. And your more conservative cops will appreciate the Constitution more. Now, everybody has, you've got some people that are so far this side of the Constitution of saying like there shouldn't be no laws at all, basically. Or I think you guys are trying to understand what I'm saying. And then you got people on this side of the Constitution who are like, well, the Constitution says that we can have emergency powers, and COVID is an emergency. Therefore, we can tell everybody to stay home and wear 5 masks and type of thing. And so one of the things, here's my concerns with cops. So, okay. So you had like in California, they were kicking people off beaches, all right, ticketing them, threatening to arrest them and stuff like that. And then you had my state where the cops were saying, look, we don't do martial law. And I mean, this was a widespread thing. I mean, you had people playing basketball. There was MMA gyms where people, grappling and stuff like that, all open. And the cops was not enforcing any of these lockdowns or any of these stay-at-home orders or what have you. So just the one thing I always want to just remind everybody is like, just understand that cops, the United States is a big country, and your cops are going to be different from area to area. So like I said, at the beginning of the pandemic, California cops were kicking people off beaches and from surfboarding and stuff like that. Whereas in my state, they weren't kicking people out of basketball, out of parks, or, when I say people playing basketball, I'm talking, 5 or 10 kids playing another group of 5 or 10 kids or whatever. They definitely weren't doing the social distancing is what I'm trying to say. And we weren't enforcing the masks or anything like that. Now, if a business said a person had to have a mask on to go into that business, and if a person went into that business and said, screw you, I'm not putting my mask on, And then if the manager asked that person to leave, then we would come and say, look, dude, you either got to put a mask on or you're going to have to leave. You know, whether you agree with it or not, this is a private business. This is privately owned, and they do have the right to say that, just like no shirt, no shoes, no service. And so, I mean, what I started doing was, when I was off duty, I started going to stores that didn't require the masks, you know, and businesses that didn't require the masks. So if a business wants to require a mask, then, but I kind of got off track there. Anyway, so I just kind of like to remind people is, don't paint what the cops do in California or areas like that. Don't paint all the cops for what cops in liberal cities do. All right. Hopefully that makes sense, because a lot of cops in my area are more in line with my type of thinking. All right. Now, things that do make me nervous, young cops, because they're not mentally mature yet. A lot in my state, a lot of the larger police departments will have a hiring cutoff where they won't hire you after 35 years of age, because they want to get a full 20 years out of you paying into that pension. But I think it needs to be the opposite. I think that people shouldn't be cops until they reach the age of 35, once you're more matured. All right. Because I mean, let's face it, most cops are dudes. 3 out of 4 cops are going to be guys. All right. And guys have a tendency not to really mature until they're in their 30s and chill out, you know. So those young cops, they want to arrest the world, they want to catch every bad guy, they want to do this, they want to do that, and the law is the law, you know. And sometimes you just got to get older to say, you know, this is something that we'd run into. I've always worked for smaller police departments, and a lot of people know each other. And I'm very proud of this fact that the police departments I've worked at, if a citizen had a complaint against an officer, they could go to that police department and they can meet with the chief of police and actually give their complaint to the actual chief of police, not some dude that they leave a voicemail on at a big, huge city county building and they never hear back from them. There's more accountability there. But anyway, some of these young cops would write everybody tickets, you know, and it's like, what are you doing? You're going to make everybody mad at us. Now, if they're going stupid over the speed limit, by all means, give them a ticket. But if they're going 10 over and they're not running people off the road, give them a freaking warning. Come on, you know. But that's kind of a difference between a younger cop and some of the older. As people get older, they have a tendency to chill out. And so younger cops can make me nervous. Now, I'm not saying that all younger cops are stupid. There are a lot of intelligent ones out there. But here's the other thing that really concerns me is I do know of a lot of good cops that are getting out of law enforcement. They're saying, I've had enough. I am expected to make split-second decisions, and I'm expected to make perfect decisions in these split-second times. And I'm getting Monday morning quarterbacked to death. I'm not getting supported. And so it's not worth the stress and it's not worth the headache, and I'm getting out. And so I'm seeing a lot of good cops leaving the force, and they're going to be replaced with younger and more inexperienced cops. And I'm also seeing, as I see cities do quota hires. Now, I believe that if a city is, let's say, 50% black and 50% white, then their police department should be 50% black and 50% white, but they should never lower the standards to reach that number. I don't know if they need to do higher pay, whatever they need to do, they just do it, but without lowering their standards. And I'm not just saying this happens with black people, but just whatever minority there is, whether they're gay or female or black or Hispanic or whatever. Because when you lower those standards, you start getting substandard cops. and you get substandard cops, you will actually see bad shootings on the rise. Right now, most shootings by the cops are most of the time good shootings. There are bad ones, obviously, because cops are human, so you're going to have mistakes, you're going to have, or what have you. But that's one reason you will never hear me automatically jump to say anything about a police action shooting. Every time there's a controversial police action shooting, you never see me make a video on that, because I don't know anything about it to make an intelligent decision or what have you to put on my channel. I wasn't there. I didn't see it. What was the cop that did the shooting? What was their training? How did they do in their training? Is this somebody that only got through their FTO, their field training program, just because they were a black homosexual female, which checks all the boxes, you know? But, you know, most shootings by cops usually end up being good, justified shootings right now, but it could very well change with the way the good cops are saying, "I'm out of here," and what are they going to be replaced with? And I'll tell you what, your big cities that did the defund the police, those places are going to be the worst. That's going. A lot of the good cops was saying, "I'm out of here," and then only an idiot would apply to be a cop in Seattle, Washington, or someplace like that. And if they're an idiot, then they don't need to be carrying a gun and enforcing the law. Somebody asked about the USCCA. So you guys know that I am an affiliate and I promote firearms legal protection. And what I like about firearms legal protection, and this will draw into the USCCA here in just a few seconds or a minute. What I like about firearms legal protection is that they, just like the USCCA, they got that 24-hour hotline. So you boom, you get into a shooting, a self-defense shooting, 911's called, you call that 24-hour hotline. A real attorney will answer the phone, even if it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and you can say, "I just got into a shooting. This is what happened." That attorney will tell you, "Here's what you say," or more importantly, don't say, "and here's what you do when the cops arrive." And then that attorney is going to hang up, and then either that attorney or another attorney is going to start heading to your location. So if you're still at that scene, that attorney is going to meet you at that shooting scene. If you've requested to go to the hospital, then that attorney is going to go to the hospital. And I can guarantee you this, the cops are not going to keep you from speaking to your attorney. All right. But he's going to get there, and then he's going to start talking to the cops on your behalf. Okay. And then if you still get arrested, the USCCA will pay your bond up to a certain amount. I don't remember what it is, but it's a pretty large amount. As long as the bond gets posted. I mean, because obviously the court has to post a bond for the for the firearms legal protection to even pay your bond. And then if you guys decide, you and your firearms legal protection attorney decide to do a detailed statement to the police, to the investigators, your attorney will be with you. He will get that statement prepared with you so that you don't word anything that can be misconstrued, either in criminal court, but mainly civil court. And then if it still goes to trial, what I like about the firearms legal protection is not only do they provide you with the attorney, but they also provide you with expert witnesses to testify on your behalf. So the attorney can explain stuff, but having an expert witness up there saying, "I've been involved in a shooting before. This is what I experienced. I had memory lapses. This is why the defendant over there doesn't remember certain things, because this is what self-defense shootings do to you and how they affect you." And then one of the things I like about firearms legal protection is, let's say you and your attorney decide, you know what, They're offering a plea deal where you do 6 months in jail if you plead guilty to whatever, pointing a handgun, whatever it is. But if you take it to trial, if you get found guilty, you're facing 10 years in prison. It's just too sweet of a deal not to accept that plea deal, where there's a lot of others. And I think, I'm not for certain, I think USCCA will stick you with the legal bills, which could be hundreds of thousands of dollars at that point if you take that guilty plea. But a firearms legal protection will not stick you with that guilty, with the cost of the attorneys if it's decided that it would be better to take that guilty plea. Because, I mean, let's just face it. I mean, there are times that the prosecutor's office will say, hey, if you plead guilty, you'll get next to nothing. But if you take this to trial, you're facing 10 years in prison. So that people are like, man, I just want to take the first certain thing, you know. So, but by that point, these attorneys are freaking expensive. And by that point, you could be $10,000 up into, you know, or more in attorney fees. I think I saw that it's not unusual for it to run to close to $1 million for a good attorney for a murder trial. So if you shoot a bad guy in self-defense and the prosecutor decides to charge you with murder, and if you really want to try to fight going to prison over that, and you decide you're going to get yourself a good defense attorney, that it can run you like close to $1 million. I've read that more than once. So 2A self-defense law, if you want to back me up or contradict me, whichever, but if you want to give your thoughts on that, if good defense attorneys to beat a murder charge could run $500,000 to $1 million, let us know your thoughts on that. So about the USCCA, I don't think the USCCA has an attorney that comes immediately to your scene like Firearms Legal Protection does. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think that's one of the things I think is really important, that right after you're shooting, you're able to call it 24-hour hotline and an attorney starts heading your way. One of my concerns with USCCA was not so much what they were doing right now, but what I was afraid that they may do in the future. And so I used to be an affiliate for the USCCA. And at that time that I was an affiliate with the USCCA, I really believed in them. But a year ago, they revamped the affiliate program, and they said, hey, for you to promote us in your videos now, you must say this. So for me, having been involved in a self-defense police action shooting, I knew the things that was important was when you get involved in a police action, or whether it's a police action self-defense shooting or a regular self-defense shooting, that you have immediate access to your attorney, whether it's by a phone or face-to-face, that you are talking to your attorney pretty darn quickly, because he's going to tell you what to expect, what to do, what not, and more importantly, what not to do. And then I knew it was important that you get your attorneys that for free to fight for you in court and to pay your bond and stuff. But the USCCA was saying you can't say that. You have to say this. You have to talk about the training that we provide and how we're this insurance company. And I was like, man, they really seem to be leaning on this training part, which is good, don't get me wrong. But then also they keep talking about how they're this insurance company. And I think that's the way they worded it. But anyways, I was like, man, this makes me worry that they're purely going to be insurance and training down the road. And these attorneys fighting for you in court and talking to you at the scene may be going on the wayside. So it scared me away from them. So that's my deal with the USCCA. I think if you're the premium gold member, you still get that, but you still get all that stuff for now. And they may always keep it, but if I remember right, their premium gold member was more expensive than Firearms Legal Protection. So you get the same amount of protection underneath Firearms Legal Protection, but less cost than it does the USCCA. But don't take my word for that. Make sure you research that on your own. That's my thing. I do have firearms legal protection myself. Firearms legal protection actually gives us better coverage than my police union does. Lachesis Tropos asks, what do you think about Florida's red flag law and the Governor DeSantis' inaction to get rid of it? I do not know what Florida's red flags law says. How easy is it for it to be abused, or is it pretty straightforward that, like my state, if somebody makes an accusation, I just can't go take their guns, like I mentioned earlier. We have to have actual evidence backing up an accusation. Somebody just can't say, that dude's crazy, he's going to shoot people up, and we just can't take his guns. That accusation would be what we would call lead information. Then we would have to get more evidence at that point to evidence that shows that this person is actually about to kill other people before we could take action. And so I don't know anything about Florida's red flag law, how it is, how strict is it very easy to be abused or not? And then I like DeSantis. I like him, so hopefully, now he's a politician, but hopefully he's everything that he at least makes himself out to be. If DeSantis ran for president, I'd vote for him. Act 609 says, I believe we should have the right to defend our property, including lethal force. I completely agree with you. As long as it's somebody's offering us lethal, is a lethal danger to us, then we use the appropriate amount of force to defend ourselves. Washburn Billy says, and I recognize his name. He says, did I say something wrong? I'm not here to cause any issues to the moderators. I'm easily accessible if you need to vet me. So I don't know. Washburn, did you get a comment removed? Eyes Wide Shut responded to somebody else saying, learn where the carotid artery is. You only need to put pressure on it for about 10 seconds. They'll pass out. Gives you time to get away. I've actually been put to sleep like that in training. Greg, Mr. Glenn, did I answer your question on the USCC earlier? Was that you? Yeah. RW always says, always carry and hope you never have to use it. Better to have one and not need it than to need it and not have one. 100% true. You know what, folks? A lot of my videos deal with self-defense and stuff like that, and the amount of people that say, well, I don't have to carry a gun because I stay out of dangerous places and I don't hang out with stupid people. And it's just like, as a 20-year cop, I know how bad guys leave their bad neighborhoods and go into good neighborhoods, because that's where the money's at, to attack and insult people. So 2A self-defense law, and he's got good videos, so check him out. I don't think you post as much on YouTube anymore. I think you kind of changed to posting to Facebook. I could be wrong. Educate. But 2A self-defense law, check him out. Him and I haven't agreed on 100% everything, but he comes from a different state and I'm in a different state. So we're probably eyeing our self-defense laws from the scope of what our state says. So there's going to be some differences on there. And so he posts that actually duty to retreat has less holes to jump through than most states with stand your ground. So that's interesting. If you don't mind, 2A, post again how how that works. That way everybody can read it and you can educate me. And when I say you can educate me too, I'm not saying that sarcastically. I'm saying that realistically. I always listen to, even if I don't agree with something, I still listen to it. And I still, is there something I can glean from that? And I like to take those two opposing things and use information from both so I can make my own informed decision. Cliff asked, during SHTF, and he says he lives in a constitutional state. He says, but I live in the city. So that being said, I want to stay home. I won't want to stay home. And so he asked, carrying Full Metal Jackets or hollow points, what's your opinion? So I stockpile Full Metal Jackets. Full Metal Jackets. That's because of the cost. The cost of them. If I was a millionaire, I would stockpile hollow points. The thing is with hollow points, you have less chance of injuring other innocent people, over penetration and stuff like that. B, hollow points, when they open up inside that person, that bad guy, it creates more damage to them. And if you got a Full Metal Jacket just punching right through somebody, there's not as much stopping power there. When I say stopping, I'm not saying knockdown power, I'm saying stopping power. But when you got a bullet enters in somebody and their body stops that bullet, you're going to have more, I guess, shock there. I guess would be the shock to the body there that would be more effective. So I stockpile Full Metal Jackets. 90% of my rounds that I have put back are Full Metal Jackets, but that's because of it's a cost thing. If I had my choice, I would have a lot more hollow points, and then my Full Metal Jackets would be for training after SHTF. Mike Lombardi asked, do I think the new California gun insurance laws will carry over to other states like New York? I don't know. I don't know anything about California's. Is California making a law that if you have a gun, you have to have insurance on it? Or are they, I don't know. I could see it. Yeah, I could. If that is the case, I could see other liberal states adopting it. I could see it. 2A self-defense law, if you don't mind, give your thoughts on that question too. And I'm just now seeing Anna Lee Brown's comment where I asked her how her OnlyFans page is going, her OnlyFans, and she says, laughing my butt off, the chubby mom bought OnlyFans. She says she lost money on the site instead of actually making money. Hey, folks, if you like, so Anna Lee and some of the other people that are moderators, I'm guessing this Famikar probably posted a spam. Not only can you delete their message, but I think you can block them from the chat too. So if somebody's posting spam, you can feel free to just block them from the live stream period. So Dr. Pibb says, I'm curious if anybody thinks or knows if SCOTUS rules in our favor, turning New York into a shall issue state. And will that affect the SAFE Act? You know what? I'm not 100% certain what the SAFE Act is. I've heard of it, but I just can't remember what it is right offhand. But I was saying earlier, I think there's a very good chance that the Supreme Court's going to say that all states have to be at least a shall issue state. It would be nice if the Supreme Court said the country needs to be constitutional carry, but I got a feeling they're going to say they're going to kind of meet in the they're going to not go all the way to constitutional carry, but go to shall issue. And Elise says she can have that. She can't have in her area. She can't have chickens. She can have geese, ducks, and swans here, but you can't have chickens. And my guess is somebody that wrote that ordinance in the city that you live in probably did not know how to differentiate roosters from chickens, and so they just said chickens to keep the roosters from squawking, waking neighbors up at 4:30 in the morning, which is stupid. I mean, like I mentioned earlier, I can see a town or a city saying, look, everybody lives 10 feet away. We don't want you having roosters because you're going to wake up 15 people around you when your rooster's crowing at 4:30 or 5 o'clock in the morning. So I could see them saying, if you live within the city limits, that you can't have roosters, but you can at least have chickens. I mean, so that's kind of always kind of irritates me. So John Lawrence asks, are you sure that red flag laws need more than one person to have a gun taken? So, John, that's going to vary from state to state. Each state has their own. The states that have red flag laws, they're going to be different from state to state. So some states they're going to need more evidence than you just got to remember that the United States of America does not have one red flag law that covers the whole country. Each state, or the states, like I said earlier, the states that do have red flag laws, their laws are written differently state by state. They have them again. And so one state, you get a really liberal state, and it could be very well all that needs to be is just an accusation. And then you get in other states, they're going to have, or, you got to have more evidence than just a baseless accusation. And then, like I said, the comments just jumped again. Randy Moore asks, how much is a firearms legal protection for a couple? Randy, I'm sorry, I can't tell you that right off the top of my head. There should be a link. If not on my live stream, go to any of my other videos and go down to the pinned comment, and you'll see firearms legal protection link. Click on that. Go to the bottom of the page. It'll tell you how much it is. I'm thinking for where it covers the house, I'm thinking it's like $40 a month, but don't quote me on that. All right, folks. So the comment thing jumped. So I'm gonna. Brad Owen says firearms legal protection gets if you go through my link, you get a discount. You do. It's like 10% off. I think it is. This is a typical affiliate discount. I really do like firearms legal protection. Like I said, the USCCA just scared me away with them saying, nope, don't talk about providing the attorneys and this and that. Talk about the training that we provide and talk about how we're insurance. And I was like, man, if you carry a gun for self-defense, the important things is if you shoot a bad guy in self-defense is that you talk to that attorney as soon as possible and that you get that attorney to fight for you in court. All the stuff that's important, all the stuff that's important for that self-defense shooting at that moment in time, they didn't want anything mentioned about that. And that scared me away, because all they wanted to talk about again was the training and the fact that they were being an insurance company. I was like, are they going to go away from providing those free attorneys and being able to talk to an attorney right after your shooting? And so that scared me away. And I could be wrong. They could always stick with that and what have you, but it scared me away. And Brad Owen asked, what about the training side for the USCCA? Will that help or hurt? I think it could only help. But, I mean, you can always get the training outside of the USCCA. You know what I mean? And you know what? So I've not looked into the training. I mean, the Firearms Legal Protection, I don't want to say they offer training, but they do offer stuff outside of just the free attorneys and paying your bond and having an attorney arrive to your incident scene or to your scene as soon as, soon after the incident occurred. My thing was, having been in law enforcement for so long, I've received training through the police department and stuff like that. And then I'm an instructor myself. So the training that I usually get is usually through some, special forces dudes or something like that. And so, Brad Owen said another channel did exactly what you said. He read word for word a paper when talking about it. So did he keep being this channel? Did he, and you don't have to say the channel name, did he keep being an affiliate for them and you could just see that he was reading the paper word for word? Or did he say, I'm no longer being affiliate, this is what they're telling me to tell you guys? By the way, these are notes for if people quit asking questions, there'll be stuff I'll bring up. So 2A self-defense law says the Kyle Rittenhouse trial cost at least $1 million. I'm thinking it probably cost more than that. He says typical self-defense claims that go to trial last anywhere between 3 to 5 days and will still cost you over $250,000. So $250,000. Whether it's $250 or $500, once you start getting up to that point, you're never going to see daylight again. You never get that paid off. But, that's it's my understanding with the USCCA is, like I mentioned earlier, the prosecutor says, look, you accept this guilty plea, you'll do 1 month's probation. I'm sorry, 5 years probation, 1 year's house arrest. But if you take this to trial, you're facing 10 years in prison. So you're like, I want to take the guilty plea. I'm not guilty, but I want to take this for certain guilty plea and not risk that 10 years in prison, because you never know how a jury is gonna rule. And it's my understanding. Now, research this yourself. It's my understanding if you take that guilty plea, the USCCA is going to say, okay, well, you got to pay all the money back for the attorneys now. So that's $250,000 you got to pay. Whereas Firearms Legal Protection says, hey, you know what? If we say, hey, we think you're right, and you guys make the agreement together that the safe thing to do is to take that guilty plea, they're not going to stick you with those attorney fees. Cliff asked, does Firearms Legal Protection fuel the liberal agenda since it is in San Jose? They are requiring legal owners to have it. I don't think so. I think Firearms Legal Protection is like, well, first of all, I think Firearms Legal Protection honestly believes that good guys shouldn't get totally screwed if they defend themselves. And then they're like any other business. I mean, they want to offer a good product and protect their clients. And then they don't want clients getting screwed over, because then if a client gets screwed over, then they spread the word, and then that's bad publicity for them. But I don't think they're trying to fuel any kind of liberal agenda. So I've actually done a live stream for firearms legal protection. I forgot to tell you guys about it, but I did a live stream with them, and they had a lot of questions like, hey, you were a police officer for 20 years. You've been involved in a self-defense shooting. What was your experiences? How can the community, how can they learn from your experience? If they get involved in one, they know better what to expect mentally and physically during that time, that shooting. And they seem to actually care about their customers. And if you guys hear that hacking noise, I've got a really, really old rescue dog that's doing some coughing about 5 feet away from me. So he's a small little runt dog, but he's very old. And so he does it every so often where he does a lot of coughing. John Lord. Yes, I did. I'm sorry. I did get your email about muscles, hand muscles exercise for greater gun accuracy. I have not been able to really delve deep into it and really study it. My apologies. I am not trying to blow it off. The reality is I work during the day, and the 6-year-old and the wife keep me busy, plus the bug out property. I'm working on that on the weekends, on my days off, and all that good stuff. So I did see it, but I've yet to be able to really, really, truly give it the time that it deserves. Anna Lee Brown, thank you for removing the spammy person. Abracadabra says, wonder how many times racist slurs will be tolerated in this live stream because the last one was a free-for-all of disrespect. So far, it's from what I've seen, I haven't seen any yet. And also that was kind of my fault because I did not tell some moderators that they were moderators and that they could remove them. So I wasn't seeing them. And the moderators that were seeing them didn't realize they could block them. So these moderators now know they're moderators. And I said it, I kind of mentioned this at the beginning of the live stream. And then I mentioned it, about a half hour later, and I'll mention it again. Rules for this live stream: no abusive talk to other people in the chat. Disagreement and debate is perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with having disagreement or debate, just as long as there's nothing abusive about it, name calling and stuff like that. And then no spamming of any kind. And I think person by the name of HOSAYN BAHRAMERT is posted a spam link there. And the comments just jumped on me again, so if I missed something, my bad. But I see Brad Owen clarified. He said, yes, he must read it word for word for the USCCA. Yeah, that's what they told me too when they revamped their affiliate program. They're like, you got to read this word for word. And I was like, this doesn't mention anything about having that attorney. As soon as you get involved in that shooting, the attorney's representing you in court. And they're like, well, no, you just talk about the training we offer and the insurance we offer. I'm like, this is not, as somebody that's been involved in a shooting, I know what's important. And the stuff you're telling me I can't talk about is what's important. Brad Owen says 100% correct on USCC. I attended a meeting and they stated they only defend you only if not guilty. Therefore, a plea bargain is guilty and they stop paying. possibly go back on the past cost. A.S. Asclepio, sorry if I butchered the name. Is it legally justified to use a shotgun in that scenario? Which scenario? I missed it because, like I said, the comments. If you could repost your question and tell me what the scenario is. Typically, and I'll say this, in most states, if it's justified to shoot somebody in self-defense, if it's legal to shoot somebody in self-defense, most states that have good self-defense laws won't care if you shot them with a shotgun or a handgun or an AR-15 or beat them to death with a baseball bat or ran over them with a car or stabbed them. Most of the time, the states are only care, was it justified for you to use deadly force in that situation? And of course, I'll say this again, and I'll say it over and over again, is you make sure that you know your state's laws on self-defense. So again, most states that have decent self-defense laws, they don't care how you killed them, the bad guy. They only care if it was reasonable for you to kill that bad guy. Just as long as you don't do what's called shock the conscience, or you hurt a bunch of other people in the process of you defending yourself. That's why, like, so liberals will ask me, they'll say, so there shouldn't be gun laws? I'll be like, no. I mean, if somebody's not a violent felon, they should be able to own a fully automatic rifle if they want, and then they say, well, so people should be able to own nuclear weapons then? And then I say, well, of course not, because you can't defend yourself with a nuclear weapon without killing 1,000 other people, So you can't detonate a nuclear weapon to defend yourself against a bad guy without killing the rest of the city, But if a person's not a violent felon and they want a fully automatic rifle, they should be able to have it. Eyes wide shut. Talking about my dog coughing. That said that she thought that I had flatulence. No, not tonight, anyways. So the firearms legal protection family plan is $44.95 a month, and that covers everybody that lives in your house, I believe, over the age of 18. And one of the things about firearms legal protection is they cover all legal weapons in your state. So, like in my state, it's legal to carry a firearm and pepper spray and a taser and a knife. And so if I stab an attacker to death, firearms legal protection will still give me legal protection even though I used a knife. Or if I pepper spray, they'll still cover me. As long as it's a legal weapon in your state, they will cover you. So RW, thank you for posting that. Most people get it for themselves, for people that carry the guns. So, and then if you got a family where the husband and the wife and everybody's packing pistols, then they'll get the family plans. Jay Carn says, if my post about the ramifications of using 10 millimeter for self-defense are in gray, can you still see them? Are you talking about if it's, so the letters here are white for me. Are you talking about in a gray box or just the gray colored letters? I can see all of the comments. The bad thing is that as I'm trying to read down them, the comments will jump on me and move real fast. And I'll try to scroll up to catch up to where I was last at before the comments jumped on me. And that's when I start losing comments. So if your question is what are the ramifications of using 10 millimeter for self-defense is there ramifications for carrying 10 millimeter for self-defense? I don't think so. Again, it's going to be, learn your state's laws on self-defense, because they're, like I said, New Jersey does have laws on what kind of ammunition you can have. I think it's more of a rarity, but make sure your state doesn't have something like that. I would say for most states that have good self-defense laws, and a lot of states do, that they're not going to care if you shot at the bad guy with a 10 millimeter or a 45 caliber or a 9 millimeter or a 22, or if you beat him to death with a baseball bat. Was it justified for you to use deadly force against that bad guy? Where you could get in trouble is if your 10 millimeter over penetrates and hurts an innocent bystander. You probably would not get criminally charged for that, because you didn't do it intentionally, but that could open you up to some big time lawsuits, because anybody that gets wounded by your stray rounds, they're going to have attorneys beating down their door saying, let's sue him, and let's sue the business that he was at, and let's sue everybody, So, okay, I started to read. Okay, here we go. Washburn Billy, I'm new here, as I said, but I am not a deceit. I want people to be aware and awake to these things, but I can't make you watch a video. You choose to research it or not. Yeah. Okay, so Oscillapio, man, I know I'm butchering your name. My apologies. The scenario was in a case of a home invasion. Again, research your state's laws on self-defense, but most states that have self-defense laws, you can use shotguns to protect your home in a home invasion. So for the longest time, I kept a shotgun next to the bed at my house. Now, since I've got the 6-year-old, I no longer keep the shotgun next to the bed. I keep a handgun in a quick access gun safe next to the bed. But for the longest time, I kept a shotgun next to the bed. John Lord said, flatulence is only when Whoopi Goldberg and her cronies are on The View. That's true. Cliff says, I know you got stuff to say after the questions, but I did research. FLP, it said it would cover kids. I might have misread it. If I remember right, I did not pay a whole lot of attention to this part, because I got a 6-year-old and no other kids. It's me, my wife, and my 6-year-old. I am wanting to think that they cover all adults, including their adult children, in the house. And I think this covers like out in public too. Research this yourself. Go to one of my videos, look down at the pinned comment or down in the description box, click on the link, and it'll tell you. But I think let's say me, my wife, and let's say my son is actually 18 years old. And let's say we all three have our gun permits or our carry permits to carry the gun out in public. And so if we have the family plan, which we do have the family plan, it's my understanding that my 18-year-old son, if he gets involved in a self-defense shooting out in public, that they'll provide the legal protection. And then obviously, like with me and my wife too. But I believe they got to be 18 or older for it to cover. But you need to confirm that, because I've not paid attention to that part, because my kid is 6 years old. All right. Guy that comments says, AK pistol, is that the best gun to carry in a 25-liter backpack? If somebody else wants to answer that, I've got zero experience with the AK pistol. So if anybody else has more experience with the AK pistol, and if they can give their thoughts on it, anybody else, that way he can hopefully get an answer to his question. Steve, you're going to leave the live stream to go watch a cooking show? It's okay, bud. I'm just teasing you. Hey, next live stream, you better share a recipe, brother. So, hey, Steve, you have a good night. Osilepio asks, is it legal to shoot an intruder on the back? You talking about a bad guy that breaks into your house? Again, read your state's laws on self-defense. Some states, I think they even have duty to retreat even against burglars, intruders in your homes. And so if you live in a state like that and you shoot an intruder in the back, you're almost for certainly going to be in trouble. In my state, I can shoot a burglar anywhere I want to. If he's inside my house, he's an immediate threat to me, even if his back is turned to me. And I can shoot him as long as he's still inside my house. Now, I cannot shoot a burglar in my house or a burglar of my house in the back as he is running out my door. Once he's out my door, and I wouldn't shoot somebody like that anyways. I would only shoot somebody that was an immediate threat to my life. So I would say if you live in a state, I'll say this, most states that have good self-defense laws, that have stand your ground laws and castle doctrine laws, as long as that intruder is inside your house, he's target practice, whether it's his front, his back, his leg, whatever is viewable to you. That would be my thing. So Jay Karn said that he said an overzealous prosecutor once beat down a self-defense claim simply because he used a 10 millimeter. A prosecutor claimed it showed intent. So what state, if you could, articulate which state that was, in which county that was. Now, also, too, we got to remember is now, so that really confuses me how he could do that. So, okay, well, first of all, that would tell me that that was not a clear-cut self-defense shooting. They're like in my state, if a bad guy comes up, pulls a knife on me and says, give me your money, and I shoot him, the prosecutor would never be able to say in my state, like, well, if ethical preparedness would have shot him with a 9 millimeter, that would have been a justified shooting, but he used a 10 millimeter, therefore it's murder. That doesn't fly. So my guess on that is that was not a clear-cut self-defense. There was something was there that was muddied. Something there was that muddied it. Because I just don't see a prosecutor being able to say, you know what, he shot him with the wrong caliber, therefore it's murder. All right. Now, if you have somebody that carries a grenade for self-defense and he throws that grenade at the bad guy and he kills 5 other people, then I can see a prosecutor going for murder charges then, because he killed 5 other people trying to kill his attacker. So and then he says there's more to the story, but I can't seem to write enough to explain it. So Jay Karn, that's because I put I before I even started the live stream, I did put it as people can only post a comment every 30 seconds. And I did that because the last live stream I did, the comment section was zoomed too fast for me to keep up. So that's something that I did to try so I could try to keep up with the comment section. So my apologies. Osilepio, dude, next time you need to get an easier name like Bob. Do you need a carry permit to use your gun to protect your home? So in most states, again, learn your state's laws on self-defense and your state's gun laws. But in most states, a carry permit is in order so for you to carry that weapon off of your private property. All right. So most states, a carry permit is so that you can carry that gun off of your property. off of your privately owned property. But like, I think Illinois, you got to have like some kind of a firearms identification card. So you want to make sure that you don't confuse those two. And I know that Illinois has something like firearms identification card or something stupid like that. So, look up your state's laws, and if it's not Illinois, and if they have, a concealed carry weapons permit, more than likely it's so that once you leave your house and your yard, then you can carry that gun with that carry permit. Most states, their carry permit, again, is to carry off their property, and they don't need a carry permit to have that handgun or that firearm in their house. Okay. But again, make sure you don't live in one of those states where you got to have one of those stupid firearms identification cards or something like that. So Brad Allen said, family plan with firearms legal, your spouse and under 17 minor children from website now. So it does cover kids that are under 17 or they're 17 and under. Okay. Hey, thanks for looking that up. Hey, somebody, Ramirez Baker, looks like he's posting that spam link. So 452 Rob says he thinks that was Oregon, the state of Oregon, that he believes. And that he says Paul Harrell discusses it in his 10 millimeter versus 45 ACP video. I think it has something to do with the shooting a guy's aggressive dogs first. So yeah, so I was thinking there's probably more to that than the story. But Oregon, from my understanding, is a pretty liberal state. So I don't put anything past liberal states. So Lachesis Atropos, and I'm sorry if I butchered your name, says, what if a dirtbag attempts to take your vehicle or rob it while your spouse or child is in it? Can you use your firearm? So that's going to vary from state to state. So learn, the 100th time you're going to hear me say this tonight, learn your state's laws on self-defense. But most states that have strong self-defense laws consider carjacking to be a justified use of force to use deadly force. So, and then when I talked about mitigating factors earlier, that makes it even your claim for self-defense even stronger. You got some dude that's trying to forcibly take your car from you, and your wife and your children is in that car, then that's what we would call a mitigating factor that would even bolster your self-defense claim that you use deadly force against him. Again, in most states that have these strong self-defense laws. If somebody tried to carjack me, and if my child was in the car and I shot him, I can tell you how the prosecutor in my area's report would read. It would say ethical preparedness was justified to use deadly force because he was being carjacked. And in this state, carjacking is considered a deadly act that's reasonable for a self-defender to use deadly force. And then once you added in the fact that his wife and or his child was in the car, he had even more of a duty to protect his wife and his child. Oh, So, John Lord, are you a sovereign? I see your whole state law skewed because we are under Admiralty law talking about the gold braid flags. Oh, John Lord, if you are a sovereign, I'm surprised you even talked to me with me having been a cop for 20 years and working for the government still. And if you're not, that sounds a lot like stuff that sovereigns say. You know what? As far as like sovereign citizens, sovereigns, whatever you want to call them, some of the stuff I agree with, and then some of the stuff is like way out there. Premium round. Did a $10 super chat premium round. I very much appreciate that. Like I said earlier, I'm saving up for that utility tractor. And so every bit like this helps. He asks, is Legal Shield a good self-defense law firm, or should I consider another firm? And I have to be completely honest with you. It has been so long since I looked up Legal Shield that I don't remember how they compare to like Firearms Legal Protection. Now, there was a reason I decided. I mean, at that time, a year ago, there was a reason why I chose Firearms Legal Protection over Legal Shield. And I just don't remember what that reason was. I don't remember if it was because Firearms Legal Protection, did Firearms Legal Protection and Legal Shield offer the same exact coverage, but Firearms Legal Protection was a little bit cheaper? That I don't remember what the reason was that I chose Firearms Legal Protection over Legal Shield. It's been a year since I researched Legal Shield, and Legal Shield over the past year could have offered stuff now that they didn't offer a year ago. So if anybody else can answer, if anybody else can compare Firearms Legal Protection and Legal Shield and let Premium Round know which one is better, then please do it so he gets a good answer to his question. And so I really, Premium Round, I hope you get a good answer to your question. So Osalepio, he said in Illinois we do have a firearms identification FOID card to own a gun. Man, it's just like, oh, I don't like that. RW, you have a good night. Hopefully you're not seeing this, or hopefully you see this before you actually go to bed. Have a good night. Thanks for joining in. See you on the next one. John Lord, he articulated he is a conservative constitutionalist and not a sovereign citizen. So thank you. Because, like I said, the sovereign citizens have some things I agree with, but then, man, there's some stuff out there that they're like way out on, So anyways, back when before I got into before I became a detective and went into investigations, back when I did do traffic stops, every once in a blue moon, you'd pull somebody over and they'd be a sovereign citizen. And, I'd say, need your driver's license and your registration. And then they would say, well, I don't need a license. I'm not driving for hire. And I'd say, well, no, you're not driving. You are in this state, you are operating a vehicle with a motor vehicle. You are operating a vehicle you're operating a motorized vehicle. That's the word I'm looking for. So therefore, in this state, you do need a driver's license to operate a motor vehicle, So no, you don't need a driver's license. If you weren't driving. Of course, they would call it traveling. So Jet says, I think in Indiana, you have to open carry out in your yard if you don't have a concealed carry permit. No, that is incorrect. In the state of Indiana, to be in your yard, in the yard that you own, then you can conceal carry, you can open carry, you just can't leave your yard without a gun permit, without a carry permit. Now, if you live in an apartment, then to leave your apartment and walk out into that common hallway, then you need a carry permit to leave the apartment that you rent. But if you own a home and you own that yard, you can carry that gun on you, concealed or open, on your yard here in the state of Indiana. Jay Karn says, I'm not doing super chat. Google takes too much. I will be hitting Patreon, assuming you have an account. Jay Karn, I do have a Patreon account. I do post on there from time to time. In actuality, I got a video on there without the dead squirrel on my face. Tom M, bedtime for you. Good night. You too. Have a good night. But back to Jay Karn. One thing is, so like I said, I'm saving up for this utility tractor. I had to buy a new tripod the other day for the camera to shoot my videos. That thing was not cheap. Every so often had to buy new batteries for my cameras and stuff like that to film the videos. So anything like that does help. The only thing I do ask is, if somebody is living paycheck to paycheck and they're having a hard time putting back a few pounds of beans and rice, don't give me nothing. If somebody's got some disposable income, I do put in like 12 to 14 hours per video that I make. By the time I film it, edit it, upload it to YouTube, YouTube demonetizes it. I re-edit it to take out whatever I think offended the bedwetting liberals on YouTube, and reload it and blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's 12, 14, 16 hours I have per video. So anything like that does help. I just ask that anybody that does it, that joins Patreon or does a super chat or something like that, that it is disposable income. Stuart Hirsch, good night. You have a good night. Thank you for joining. Cliff says he loves this group. You know what? And I ain't saying this just to blow smoke up your guys' butts. The people that comment, the part of the community, they are pretty good people. 452 Rob says OT sure. I think he's trying to say not sure. Maybe missed a key there. Not sure about Legal Shield, but I have Texas Law Shield. They offer what Ethical Preparedness says firearms legal protection offers, immediate access to attorney all the way through your battle, and special witnesses, etc. Cool. Now, what's the price difference? Is it the same exact price, or is Texas Law Shield cheaper? If you could post down below. As much as I want everybody to join, to click my link for firearms legal protection, I want what's best for you guys. And here's the reality. I gave you guys the reasons why I chose firearms legal protection, because having been involved in a shooting myself, that firearms legal protection offered what I believe was a little bit cheaper price for what you need immediately after a shooting and throughout that legal process. But one thing I do think, though, is that these legal self-defense plans are all pretty close. So they're going to be like Coke and Pepsi. And one person's going to like Coke and another person's going to like Pepsi. And so if somebody tells me that they belong to Texas Law Shield, I'm going to say good for you. I'm never going to be one of those people like, what? They're junk. You need to belong to Firearms Legal Protection. Here, let me provide you with my link. Nope. Somebody tells me they belong to a legal self-defense plan. I'm happy. Now, I'd be even happier if they join Firearms Legal Protection through my link, but that makes me 100% happy. But when somebody belongs to something, then that makes me 99% happy. How's that? So John Lord posted here, not your children, not your land, not even your house with building permit allowing you to build a state house. So, building permits tick me off, but at the same time, I can also understand why some areas, why they want these permits. Some areas use them just to produce money. Like, pay us $20, we'll give you a piece of paper, you do whatever you want. And that's not right. But some areas, like, hey, look, you live in a city, you got neighbors, you can't build a 20-story skyscraper in the middle of this neighborhood that's only on one stilt that's going to fall over like the Leaning Tower of Pisa and kill your neighbors, and your house that you're going to build. It's got to make sure it has indoor plumbing. We can't have people dumping their poop and their pee in their backyard, causing disease to their neighbors. So, it gets annoying on both sides. It's the more outside of a city that you can live and live in out in the county, out in the country. And of course, it's going to vary from state to state, but like where my bug out land is located at, that county out there, they don't, I don't think I've ever seen a cop in that area going to and from my bug out location. You just never see cops out there. And you're pretty much able to do whatever the heck you want. A good friend of mine, he's part of my prepping team. He lives across the gravel road from my bug out location, and he shoots all the time just right off of his porch. And I mean, we seem to be able to do pretty much whatever we want to do out there without the county sticking their nose in our business. Jay Karn says he's been enjoying your videos for a while and can afford a few bucks a month. Hey, that's appreciated. Like I said, I'm saving up for that for that tractor. Everything I buy with cash. I have no debt. I'm not rich. I'm poor. I got a government paycheck. Wife has a government paycheck. It does. So we're not swimming in the money, but we have 0 credit card bills. We own both of our personally owned vehicles. I am lucky. I do get a take-home car with my investigations position. I can't drive that when I'm off duty, but at least it covers my gas and wear and tear on the car back and forth from work. And then when I out doing my investigations, so my personally owned car is mostly driven on the weekends to the grocery store when I go to my bug out location to do work out there and stuff like that. So no, I'm getting caught up on the comments here. There's a lot of comments where people are talking to each other, which is excellent. And so I'm just trying to get caught up. So sorry about the pause here. So Osteopio says, what do you think about a SCCY CPX 1 9mm pistol? I don't know anything about that, man. If anybody else is familiar with that handgun, please comment below with it. Be interested to know. I don't know anything about it. Never shot it. Never seen it. Don't think I've ever heard about it. So Osteopio, for over 20 years, I was issued a Glock. All right, you're a police officer. Here's your Glock pistol. So therefore, then my off-duty guns ended up becoming Glocks also. And then when I left the police department, then I got a Sig Sauer P320, which is a 9mm, and that's a mid-sized gun. And I got the mid-sized gun because I'm getting too fat and old to carry the full-size gun. And then when I'm off duty, I carry concealed. I like to carry concealed. So when I'm off duty, the full-size gun was getting harder and harder to conceal on me, especially during the summer months when I only got a t-shirt or something like that to cover it. So I got the mid-size. Now, I had a baby Glock when I got involved in that shooting, and I will never, ever carry a baby Glock again, because trying to shoot that super small framed gun under that amount of stress was very difficult to keep that gun lined up and keep those sights lined up on my bad guy, these being the rear sights, these being the front sights. So anyways, long story short, my experiences with Glocks and with Sig Sauer. And I had a Sig Sauer a long time ago too. But anyways, those are the one I'm really familiar with. Cliff says, currently I have a Taurus G2C, but would that make me vulnerable to attacks that I do not own a primary rifle? So, Cliff, I'm guessing you're asking. I guess you're asking about after SHTF. So, I mean, it could. I mean, it's hard to say that it would definitely make you vulnerable to attacks, because, I mean, one of the things would be how much is attacks happening. If it's after SHTF, how much is attacks happening in your area? I mean, if it's a total 100% grid down without rule of law, the community is in shambles, people aren't banding together to keep their area safe, then you could be open to attacks. I mean, me personally, I believe that if you can legally do so, I mean, a person is smart to have some battle rifles and some and handguns, and then longer distance rifle with the scope on there at minimum. So Glocktart says, have you ever been told by your department that you can't talk about some things on this channel? No, I've not, but then the superiors above me, as far as I know, don't even know that I have the channel. I don't talk about the channel at work. But I am very careful about what I do talk about. So I don't talk about things that I know that they wouldn't let me talk about to begin with. If that makes sense. So, hey, John Lord, Ocelapio asked you if you thought that gun was a good gun. Oh, hey, Jet. Yeah, Jet, I don't even remember what you... so I see you're Rude's brother. What did you ask earlier? If I'd known if I was talking to you, I would have harassed you more. So, Jet, I remember you asking questions earlier. I just don't remember what they are now. Oh, you asked about the open carry in the yard. You don't have to... If you... yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, just re-answer your question, brother. You're in your yard. You don't have a permit. You can conceal carry in your yard without a gun permit or carry permit. So everybody say hi to Jet. He's a good guy. Jet's, hope you don't mind me saying this, he's part of my prepping group. I didn't know that was his handle name. He's been out to my bug out properties. We've shot together, broke bread together. He's a good guy. His homosexual tendencies kind of worry me, though. I'm just joking on that. He's not. He's a good dude. Here's a quiz. Who can tell me the 3 types of different gunfights or self-defense shootings that you will typically find yourself in? Who can tell me the 3 different types of self-defense shootings or gunfights that you would typically find yourself in? Washburn Billy, you have a good night, man. Anybody? Bueller? Is everybody here going to fail this test? Everybody here going to fail this pop quiz I gave you? So, type number 1. And you know what? Cliff, I may not have asked this. I may not have articulated this. I didn't articulate this question clear enough. Type number 1 is when you have beforehand knowledge that you're going to have to defend yourself. That allows you to make a plan of action, that allows you to have your gun already out and aimed before you even have to squeeze the trigger. For us cops, it was getting dispatched on an armed person acting erratic and dangerous in public. Let's say a person armed with a knife, screaming and yelling and flinging the knife towards people. When we would arrive on a scene like that, we would have our guns already out. We would already have our sights lined up on that bad guy. And then if he would have charged us, then all we had to do was just squeeze the trigger. For non-police officers, an example might be you're asleep at night, you start hearing your front door getting kicked in. It takes them a few minutes to get the door kicked in. You're able to get your gun out, get it lined up, have it pointed at the doorway to your bedroom. So as soon as that bad guy comes into your doorway, all you had to do is just squeeze that trigger. So that's kind of type number 1, where you have beforehand knowledge that there's a very high likelihood that you're going to have to shoot in self-defense. And that is the most, if you're going to be forced in a horrible situation like that, that is the most optimum, because you can already have your gun out. You can already be lining your sights up and making that plan of action. So if you do have to squeeze the trigger, that's all you got to do. All right. Type number 2, which is where it's not reached deadly force yet, but you see it building up to that. All right. So an example for cops, when we get dispatched on a suspicious person behind a business at 3:00 in the morning, we don't know for certain that that person is armed and is trying to break into that business, but there's a good chance of it. So when we approach that person, we didn't approach them with their gun already out, but we understood, hey, there's a high likelihood that this could go south. So we would already be making the plans. Well, if I got to take cover, I'll head that way. I got my coat on because it's wintertime, my police coat on. So I got to defeat the jacket before I pull it. So you kind of get that plan of action put into place. So if things do go south, you're at least halfway through that curve. And then the third type is when it's completely unexpected and you're just blindsided by it. And that's the worst kind to find yourself in, because you go from everything's hunky-dory to holy cow, I got to pull my gun and shoot to save my life. And you got to do this within split seconds. And so you have to go from a holstered gun to trying to get a shot off before that bad guy shoots you or reaches you and stabs you and slices and dices you up. So, anyways, that is the worst one to be in, because that's where your accuracy is going to be affected the most, because you don't have the ability to have your gun already out, to be lining those sights up, to be making a plan of action. You got to go boom, 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 and try to save your life. And that's where, plus your lizard brain, your caveman part of your brain, your fight or flight is more taking control, and your analytical part of your brain is going out the window. So John Lord says, Fremont here, East Bay, with anti-Muslim white guy was tasered by police, and potentially the same person who shot the only female Muslim after 9/11 in Nation. That's probably a follow-up comment that he did earlier, so I'm not getting the whole story on that. Anna Lee Brown, very good. She said it. Number 1, number 2, number 3. Wall Street AG says, wait your turn, move while shooting, and you're almost John Wick. Jet says, guys and gals, he knows this guy. He's a good guy. He's talking about me. He says I'm a good guy. Thanks, Jet. I'll put that $5. I'll give you that $5 for saying that next time I see you. Hey, speaking about that, Jet, I'm going to be visiting the property here in a couple weeks. So Cliff says, thanks, EP. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I watch your videos for that reason to learn, since I haven't had the money to take firearms classes, even though I was raised on them. I'll tell you what, folks, I did a video a couple weeks ago. It was called, like, the #1 rule of gunfighting. And I actually showed the firearms training that I do in that video. And that video only got 8,000 views. And it only got like 2,000 views like the first couple of days that I released it. That video got very, very low views. And I really highly suggest that you watch it, because that firearms training that I do is for the typical self-defense shooting that you would find yourself in daily life, not post SHTF, where you might be defending your property from, yards and yards and yards away with a rifle and stuff like that. But yeah, the #1 rule to a gunfight is don't get shot. Brad Owens. Yes. So you guys watched it. So the thing is, that is the #1 rule of gunfights, is don't get shot. It is better to not shoot your bad guy than for your bad guy to shoot you. And the best way to not get shot, besides not being there to begin with, but I'm talking about where you have found yourself in a situation, there's no way out, you're going to have to defend yourself. The #1 rule is don't get shot. And the best way to not to get shot is to be moving towards cover if you're not already behind good cover. And so my training that I do is move, and move with purpose. And the whole thing behind that training is, bad guys in today's life, they don't stand 20 feet away from you, and they're not going to say, I'm going to attack you at the count of 10. You got the count of 10 before I attack you, to give you the chance to get your gun out and get it lined up and get ready for that perfect shot that's going to drop him in that central nervous system, or it's going to drop him in one shot. All right. And so, more than likely, because these attacks are generally surprise attacks, we're going to have a split second to get our gun out and get that round off before that bad guy shoots us or stabs us or whatever it is that he's trying to do to us that puts our life in jeopardy. And so the other part of that training is, and this is from personal experience, because there's a lot of people out there that go, well, when I'm at the range, I do 2 shots to the chest, 1 shot to the head, or they, I do 2 controlled shots and then reassess. And man, when you got a gun pointing at you, or you got some dude charging at you with a knife, you are going to pump those rounds until that bad guy drops. All right. You're going to pump those rounds until that bad guy drops. That's natural. You're going to pump those rounds until that bad guy is no longer pointing a gun at you. All right. And the head, unless they're really close to you, the head can be a pretty small target, especially if it's a moving target. And so my training is shooting and moving. And so as I am drawing, I am moving as I am drawing, and I'm also giving voice commands, drop that weapon, drop the weapon. And that way I just wanted, so I can do that automatically. And so moving, drawing, and giving voice commands all at the same time, all 3 things, and then firing. And then I practice firing several shots rapidly. And I'm not always perfect at it, but, Jet has seen me shoot. So, I mean, I can't hit the broadside of a barn, but, and Jet, he's a pretty good shot himself. So anyways, if you haven't seen, and I'm going to do a couple more videos, and it's the same thing. It's that firearms training. It's just worded different ways because, folks, believe it or not, the title of a video will make a big difference on how many views you get. And so I'm doing pretty close to the same video. I mean, it is 3 separate videos filmed 3 different times, but it's the same training that I do. But the first one was, I titled like Criminals Fear This Training, and it did okay. This one, I titled it The #1 Rule of Gunfights, and it didn't do that well. And so the next time that I release the video or that same training, it's going to be called, I think it's going to be called 3 Unfair Gun Tactics to Help You Win the Gunfight. So we'll see how, when I title that video, how well it does then. Because if I title the video good handgun, good firearms training, not many people will click on it, but you put a pretty crazy title to the video and more people will click on it. And so this is kind of funny how that works. So that person with the Russian name is posting the spam links again. John Lord, I just made you a moderator. Anna, thanks for getting the Russian dude or the Russian name. So Cliff says, well, EP, a lot of road rage happens in my state. How would I handle that? I've heard some cases they shoot you through the window. Cliff, I wish you could articulate that a little bit. So road rage, a car is a weapon. So if the person's just zipping around you and getting kind of close and stuff like that, it's hard to articulate shooting somebody else that you're involved in a road rage. And when you say you've heard some cases they shoot you through the window, who's they? Is it the cops or is it the person you're involved in the road rage with? Me personally, like what I've done when I've had people starting to do stupid stuff around me, I've just backed off, just let them go. It ain't worth it. I'm talking like when I was off duty or what have you. I'm not one of those. I was never one of those off-duty cops that would call 911. This is off-duty so-and-so. I got this car driving like an idiot, blah, blah, blah. I just, when I'm off-duty in my personally owned vehicle, somebody started getting irritated at me for whatever, because I don't know why would somebody get irritated at me in my driving, because if I ain't passing other people, I stay in the slow lane, and I use my turn signals and everything like that. But if somebody started getting stupid around me, I just backed off, let them go on. But if I backed off and let them go on, and then they came back and started trying to ram my car, then you'd start getting in a deadly force situation there where you could use deadly force against them. I like Windy, Day, DE, Scoot, Shoot, and Boogie. Scoot, Shoot, and Boogie. Oh, I hate these comment section, how it jumps on me. Wait a second. RDW said, wouldn't self-defense shooting be different for men and women? Women are more likely to be shooting a man trying to sexually assault them, and men are more likely to shoot somebody try to beat them. Yeah. So a lot of times, I mean, a lot of self-defense shootings are you're shooting a stranger. I mean, sometimes you're shooting a neighbor that's attacking you with a baseball bat, or because you got a pissing match over your property line or something like that. But yeah, in most states that have self-defense laws, women can shoot men that are forcibly trying to rape them. And then, I mean, if you have a man physically assaulting a girl, a female, I mean, that's a 120-pound female and a 200-pound guy. That's quite the disparity of force there. So many times women can use deadly force quicker than a male can. Because if I have a 200-pound guy trying to throw a punch at me, it's difficult for me to justify shooting him. I could justify tasing him, using pepper spray against him, or punching him back. But a 200-pound guy throwing a punch at a 120-pound or whatever female, that can do a lot of damage to them. Wall Street AG says, I commend this man in teaching us this kind of monetized content here on YouTube. Lots of folks just stop talking about security here. Thank you. If you were saying commend me, thank you. Series for Life asked about, instead of self-defense questions, can you speak on best ambush places and how to attack? I'll do this real quickly because I do want to kind of stick with the self-defense stuff, and because that's more what I specialize in. But so the thing is about ambush places is they're going to be so situationally dependent. Each city block is going to be different just because of different buildings and different avenues. The gist of ambush places is forcing or knowing where your opponent is going to go and putting that opponent and having that be your kill zone. So if you have a bug out property, if you got swampy land over here, you can put thorny bushes and stuff over here, more thorny stuff over here, barbed wire over here, tanglefoot over here, and then you got this nice gravel drive going towards your bug out location. Well, you pretty much know that your enemy's going to come up that nice gravel drive because they're not going to be able to cross that marshy area, that swampy area, or through the thorns or what have you. And then I said tanglefoot, and I shouldn't have, because then you can put tanglefoot in that nice drive. And so they say, okay, when we attack, we're going to come up through that flat drive because we can actually enter in through that area. Well, then you use that tanglefoot or something like that to slow them down. But you want to make sure that area is your kill zone. That's where your rounds are going to hit, or your booby traps, or whatever it is that you're going to do. And then how to attack. Well, it's going to be hard to explain, but I mean, having your guys behind good cover where they're not seen, sniper overwatch, the whole L shape with the way your guys are positioned, and so man, that's a really, it's kind of a hard thing to really discuss. My limited knowledge on it. I mean, I know enough about it, but so I know enough about it that, like, if I was traveling through, I'd be like, man, this is not a good spot because the road narrows, there's hills on both sides. If something happens, there's no escape. If somebody's going to ambush us, this is where it's going to be at. You know what I mean? So I know enough to kind of watch out for them, and I know enough about how to do them. But as far as an expert, like somebody like Southern Prepper One, that's your dude there on stuff like that. So Jason L says, which U.S. states do you think have great law enforcement? I noticed there are some Democratic blue states, yeah, that struggle in this area, most definitely. Brother, that's too hard of a question. When you're talking statewide, that's too hard of a question to answer, because even every conservative state has its big liberal city. And then you get your small towns, and that small town police chief may hire his son, and that's a jerk, you know. And then kind of what I found is you get in the big cities, and everybody in these, and you get in especially in the bad areas in these big cities, everybody's a jerk there. You go to the grocery store, the clerk, the register is a jerk to you. You walk down the street, people bump into you, and they're jerks. You know, a cop, you deal with a cop, the cop's going to be a jerk. You know, it's just everybody's grumpy in these bad areas in these big cities. So, man, answering that question, statewide, which would have the best law enforcement, man, I don't know. That's a good question. I'd say the more conservative a state is, and I'm not talking Republican, I'm talking about conservative, then the more that they'll be freedom loving and the cops get held accountable for wrongdoings. And that's what I agree with is, you know, cops do get, and that's one of the things I do like about smaller, whether it's a county department or a local city police department, the smaller or less populated that is, the more of a chance that you can make a complaint against that law enforcement officer if he did something wrong to you. Like I said earlier, I've always worked at police departments because I've worked at like 3 of them. That's been on the smaller side, and every one of them, each time I went to a police department, it was because it was a little bit better pay or something like that. But each one of them, whenever in the last police department the last 2 police departments I was at, my detective office was right next to the chief's office. And if a citizen had a complaint, they came to the front window of the police department and say, I want to make a complaint against an officer. And I would hear the lady at the front desk buzz the chief and say, I've got somebody here wanting to make a complaint on the officer. And the chief would say, send him back to my office, you know. So that's kind of what you want to see, is because, you know, you hear some of these liberals talk about federalizing the police. I'm thinking, what are you thinking? The guy that's making all the shots, that calls all the shots, is going to be in Washington, D.C. You try to make a complaint against somebody, they're probably, the person that would receive the complaint would probably be in an office in some big building that you can't even get into, you know. So Brewer 34 GC, hey, thank you. I appreciate the thank you for the compliment. And the comment section just jumped on me again. Jet says, I have a great video on what to do and don't do after a self-defense shooting. Thanks, brother. That was my shooting was a big learning experience for me. It's a learning experience I hope to never go through again. But the way it affects you mentally and physically, and in my state, if you get into a self-defense shooting, whether you're a cop or not a cop, in my state, well, the big liberal city, I might worry, but outside of the big liberal city, I'm not worried about criminal charges if I shoot a bad guy in self-defense. But what I'm worried about is that civil suit afterwards, because anybody can sue anybody. I can have a neighbor slip on my icy sidewalk and sue me. Now, it doesn't mean he's going to win, but I still get dragged to court, and I still don't know what that jury is going to rule. Now there's going to be a lot of mitigating factors in there. The jury's going to say, well, how long was ethical preparedness? How long was his sidewalk icy for? Had he put salt out there? Had he tried to remove the ice? Or was that ice a month old and he just left it and that created a danger? There'd be all those mitigating factors in there. But, my worry is not criminal. If I shoot a bad guy in self-defense, it's that civil court. Which firearms legal protection will provide you attorneys to fight for you in civil court. Nate F., what 5.56 or 223 ammo would you recommend for home defense? Videos on YouTube have a lot of different opinions, everything from hollow point to green tip to XM 193 FMJ. So I do not know XM 193 FM full metal jackets. I'm not familiar with that round. I should. I'm sorry. I don't. If anybody else can let him know. For me, in a typical suburban house, I would use those tactical, those bonded. I'm getting tired here. Those bonded. Man, what brand are they? Unfortunately, I've got boxes of them here, but they're in the bedroom where my wife's asleep, so I can't get them out to tell you. But I would do these tactical bonded rounds. They got a soft tip to them, and what I don't want is I don't want the over penetration that a full metal jacket would do. But that's my house. It's a typical subdivision house. I don't want bullets going through my walls, killing my son or killing the neighbor or something like that. So I'd want those type of rounds that would have a better chance of stuff stopping the rounds. Or if the rounds hit the bad guy, that his body actually stops it or slows it down a lot. So when it does hit the wall, it doesn't go through the wall. And I can't remember. I remember they are bonded rounds. I just can't remember the name brand or the full name of them. So if anybody else wants to answer Nate F's question down there on, so my thing is like, you hear people say, well, get the frangible rounds. That doesn't work in home self-defense. If you got those old plaster walls, those big solid walls that are actual solid hard plaster, that might work on those types of walls. But these types of walls that's in your average house, they're not going to stop frangible rounds. Frangible rounds are made that when they burst, or whatever the proper word is, when they hit steel. So unless they hit steel, they're going to keep traveling. Yeah, maybe they might not travel quite as far as a full metal jacket round, but your typical subdivision house. So I would not, go for full metal jacket rounds, at least what knowledge I have of them, for home self-defense. So 452 Rob said, Nate, that he loads his home defense AR with Hornady 55 grain soft point. It's accurate in my gun, and the soft points are more likely to expand well. So yeah, that's that sounds like that'd be a good option. So if anybody else wants to chime in, I think 452 Rob's going to be on point there. I think the main thing is that, and 452 Rob has a good point there. Get a couple of these different ammunitions that are, I would think, my suggestion or my belief is get soft points for your home defense rounds. Get a couple different brands of them that are soft points. See how well your gun runs them, and then go with the one that your gun runs the best. I think your biggest things that you're going to need there is how well does your gun run it, and then make sure it's a soft point so you don't have over penetration. So it says, oh, where'd it go? It just jumped again. It's Brad Owen is in a big green box, and it says, welcome to support this channel. And I wish I knew that was meaning. YouTube does not explain to me what that means. So Brad Owen, if you are saying welcome to support this channel to me, thank you. Or if you just did something to support the channel, thank you again. Know that I'm thankful for whatever it is. I just wish I knew what it was. I just wish YouTube explained this stuff a little bit better for me, because I don't know. But Brad Owens, thank you. I do appreciate it. RW Channel says, imagine someone such as Garland in charge of your local police. Boom, man. You nailed that 100%. Osalapio says, thanks for the valuable information. Good night to everybody. Hey, man, you have a good night, too. Hopefully, I'm saying this before you actually go to bed. $452 Rob, I think it is Spear Go Dot. No, was it Spear brand? Those 223 rounds we got? I don't remember. I feel stupid now. I should know my. I hope this makes sense. I know the decent rounds. I just don't remember them off the top of my head, if that makes sense. I learned what the decent rounds were. I got them. And then so like if tomorrow, if I say, man, I need to get more of those good home defense rounds for my 223, I'd have to go look to see what I already got. And I know they're bonded rounds. I just don't remember the main brand of them. So Nate F says, a lot of people say AR-15s are best for home defense because of accuracy and capacity. However, handgun gives you more mobility, and then there's others that recommend shotgun. So Nate, the first thing is, yes, I mean AR-15s do have great accuracy and they do have capacity, but you got that, depending on if you have the pistol or not. Then you've got that, you got this big long gun that you might possibly be trying to go around your house in. Whereas the handgun allows you to clear corners and stuff like that easier. However, which is going to be more devastating to the bad guy? The AR-15, when those rounds hit him, going 3,000 feet per second, or the handgun round. If I have to shoot a bad guy, I would much rather shoot. If I'm forced to shoot a bad guy, I would much rather shoot him with a rifle than I would a handgun. So they both have their pluses and minuses. Handgun might be easier to maneuver around your house, but a rifle is going to take your bad guy down and be more effective against your bad guy than your handgun. And then there is the shotgun. you know, so, and a lot of people forget about how much damage grandpa's old 12 gauge shotgun does to the human body. So, but you know, I always kept a shotgun next to my bed, up until we had our son. And then now I wasn't going to leave the shotgun next to my bed for my toddler at that time, my toddler son, to reach and have something terrible happen. But I wasn't going to put a trigger lock on it either. So now my home defense is a handgun, but I would much rather it be the shotgun. Now, if somebody was trying to force entry into my house, and if I had time to go to my gun safe and get my rifle out, I would do that. So if I felt like I had the time, if I started hearing somebody bust into my house, why then I would get my handgun out and have my handgun while I went to my gun safe and then got my rifle. Hopefully that makes sense. Washburn Billy, you have a good night. Sleep tight, brother. Thanks for joining in. I appreciate it. All right, so Jason L. asked, what MMA, mixed martial art, do I recommend people learning? And then before you retired from the police force, what was your training regiment for mixed martial arts for you and your police team? So kind of a two-part question. All right. So rather than going straight Krav Maga or something like that, an actual mixed martial art is excellent. What I disliked about Krav Maga was, in as much as I liked them, the Krav is most Krav Maga that I found here in the stateside is too watered down. I'm sure there's some really good schools out there, just none in my area. But it's too watered down for reactive, and they start doing too much on how to escape rear bear hugs and how to disarm guns and stuff like that, which is fine too. But I thought they always kind of went too quickly from learning how to strike to taking a knife from an attacker. And anybody that's done any kind of knife training knows that 99% of the knife disarms that's taught out there, 99% of those knife disarms that are taught are bullshito. So I am wanting to start taking martial arts again. I've taken Krav 2 or 3 times. I've taken Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. But I think I'd like to get into purely where it's to go to an actual MMA school where I would do boxing and then no gi jiu-jitsu. I think that doing Brazilian jiu-jitsu with a gi can be good for learning the basics of Brazilian jiu-jitsu, but next time I do it, I'm just going to purely jump into the no gi, because I mean, let's face it, you're bad guy. A lot of the gi Brazilian jiu-jitsu requires for your opponent to have those real thick gis that you can grab and use for chokes and manipulating him and stuff like that. And so just most of your bad guys obviously don't wear gis. So the next time I go to take it, I'm wanting to do where it's boxing and no gi Brazilian jiu-jitsu. And then after that, maybe do some more Krav, where you do some more of those knife disarms, gun disarms, and stuff like that. But Krav Maga, I'm going to kind of put on the back burner for now. And then he asked, what kind was the training regiment for MMA for me and my police department? So we called it physical tactics at my in my state, it's called physical tactics. Excuse me. Some states call it defensive tactics. And our regiment was embarrassing. We basically did, through the department only, was 2 hours a year, and that was what was required by the state to take. Now, most officers, including myself, most of us went and got it on our own also, where we physically paid to belong to a training facility. And then there was a police officer that actually ran a training facility in the county that I worked at. And for $40 a month, you could join and you could go as much as you want. They held classes and they had actual instructors and stuff like that. So it was required only 2 hours a year, but most of us got it on a weekly basis. All right. So, but there's a reason. So you would like to say, well, police officers should have to receive 6 or 8 hours a week of physical tactics training. And that would be nice in a perfect world. But you have to pay that officer. If you say you have to take this training, then you have to pay him while he's doing that training. Well, then when you're paying him to be at the gym, who are you paying to patrol? Because you still got to cover the streets. And then, so if you tell the police officers you have to receive this training, well, then how many officers are going to be at the gym training? And then compared to how many is going to be patrolling. And so then you start getting into a budget issue there. So then you'd almost have to start saying, well, we're going to raise taxes now so we can cover for the overtime, because we need these officers patrolling at least 40 hours a week. Well, that 10 hours a week he spends at the gym now, because we're forcing him to do it, it's got to be overtime. So now we're going to have to raise taxes this much so we can pay the thing. Now, most officers don't. Most officers just go on their own and get their training. And you know what usually happens is the officer goes to the police academy. He's this young guy at the police academy, thinks he can take on the world. He comes out of the police academy. He's like, oh, it's fight. When I have a resistor, it's just a street fight. I ain't gonna worry about all those 15 different techniques you got to do that technique. It's a street fight. I'll just fight, Then he gets his butt kicked by a resistor. So then after he gets his butt kicked by a resistor, then the next day he's at a martial arts school signing up. That's what happens, and that happened to me too. Well, I mean, I didn't come out of the academy thinking I can kick everybody's butt. I just, I didn't get my butt kicked, but I got hurt in a fight with a resistor. And so I was like, hey, you know what? I need to keep my skills up. It was a self-correcting problem, as they call it. Hey, Nate F asked, 452 Rob, how do you compare the Hornady to hollow points? Don't jacketed hollow points expand as well? Also, I looked them up and it's like $1.35 per round. Is it worth it? So, Nate F, I will tell you this. Not long before I left the police department, I was on a suicide scene where a dude popped himself in the head with one of those 9mm Hornady rounds. If I remember right, they're the ones got the little red tip in the hollow point. If I remember correctly, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty certain it was 9mm Hornady round. And I will tell you this, that did a number on him. That was a contact. He stuck that gun to his forehead because it left that perfect star wound in his head. And there was just shrapnel that came out the other side. So that's pretty good considering how close that was. And then his head kind of went poof outwards because of just what that round did. So he looked like a besides the hole here and the big hole here, and then the little pieces of shrapnel that we found outside. He looked like a raccoon. I mean, he had the big black eyes. His face was all just poof. I mean, it did a job on him. So I've always I just remember that it's been a year and a half ago now since I've probably a little bit over a year ago that I was on that scene. I just remember thinking that 9mm Hornady, they did a heck of a job on this dude. So I just remembered that. So how is it compared to the Hornady? I don't know. I've never seen a Hornady, a death from a Hornady round. I can just say what I seen from the. Wait a second. Yes, I have seen. I'm sorry, folks. I'm getting tired. I have seen the death of a Hornady because that dude shot himself with the 9mm Hornady. Justin tried to do a super chat, and his credit card was charged. My apologies. His question is it a dumb idea to carry a reliable homemade P80 even if it's serialized? If it's reliable, I don't see an issue with it. And now my question is, and here's where I'm dumb, I don't know what a P80 is. So is it a reliable homemade, is it a handgun? So I'm guessing it's a handgun if you're going to carry it. As long as your state's laws doesn't prohibit you to carry, does it prohibit you to carry guns, for self-defense outside of your home? And then B, make sure there's no law on your state about carrying homemade guns. Again, most states that have good self-defense laws are not going to care if the gun you used to shoot that bad guy was a homemade gun or a gun bought off the store shelf. What they're going to care about was it reasonable for you to shoot that bad guy? And I'm saying this again, most states with good self-defense laws. If I had a reliable homemade handgun, and if it was legal for me to carry it, which it would be in my state, I would not have a problem carrying it. Of course, just the big thing is you get involved in a self-defense shooting, the gun does get confiscated as evidence until that investigation is over with, so that all evidence shows that it was a justified self-defense shooting, and then ultimately the prosecutor has to sign off saying they're not going to file charges, and then your gun should be released to you back at that time. However, that's going to depend on from state to state how quickly you get your gun back. I've seen some counties where they're conservative and self-defenders get their guns back pretty quickly after a self-defense shooting, because once the prosecutor says there's no charges to be filed here, there's a clear-cut self-defense, no charges are going to be filed, therefore there's not going to be a court trial. If there's not going to be no court trial, then the gun doesn't need to be held as evidence, and so the gun gets released back. But a buddy of mine that is a police officer got involved in he was off duty, but it was still a police action shooting, and it took him 3 years before he got his gun back. But that was in a liberal city. So your thing is if you carry it, you just got to be, that if you use it, you just have to be willing for it to not have it for a while as that legal process plays through. So Lachesis Atropos, and sorry if I butchered your name, he says, better consider the situation with the supply chain delays when purchasing ammo. My supplier is now delayed up to 3 weeks for shipping. Yeah, folks, I tell you what, I've preached this before and I'll preach it again. When things are calm, that's when I buy my ammo, buy the case. And that way, when you got times like this where ammo's kind of can be scarce or kind of expensive, I don't have to buy ammo. Now, one thing that I am lucky at is, as a firearms instructor, I have agencies that will contract me to qualify their agency on the range. And so while I am there, after I have the officer shoot, when the officers are done shooting, then I'll say to one of the officers, "Hey, let me see your gun that's already dirty and give me a box of ammo," and then I'll do some shooting myself. But I still do quite a bit of shooting on my own property. But anyways, my rule is if I buy a firearm, I have to buy 1,000 rounds with that firearm. But when I do that, I wait till things are calm and things are cheap. So I bought a lot of ammo after Clinton lost and Trump won, because leading up to that election, everybody expected Clinton to win. And the police department's ammunition supplier, and this typically a lot of the agencies in an area would use the same ammunition supplier, but so the ammunition suppliers were saying, look, if you want to get guns and ammo, you need to buy them now, because when the election happens, they're going to be scarce. And so the price of ammo and the scarcity started really hitting leading up to the election. And then when Trump won, then all of a sudden the market was just flooded with guns and ammo. And so I bought a couple ARs because they were so cheap. And I bought several cases of 1,000 round cases of ammo because it was so cheap. And then a couple months ago, me and Jet's brother went and got couple thousand rounds. We walked out with 3,000 rounds of 9mm at like $300 a box, or $300 a case or something like that. So that's, and then of course since then ammo started becoming more scarce again. So just something to kind of think about. When things are nice and easy, that's when you want to buy your guns and ammo. Load up. I'm going to try to look for the next question here. Oh, Jet, that's a good one. He says their plan during a home invasion is to go upstairs, call for help, create a funnel effect. Anybody would be hard pressed to make it up the stairway, would be defending downward, not putting my neighbors in danger. Yeah, I like that idea. That's a good idea. Because any rounds that miss, or because it's dark or whatever, or go through your bad guy's going to be hitting the ground below him. The Gravy Gun says, honestly, why would anybody want to become a cop? I'll tell you what. So the day I decided that I wanted to become a cop, this is going to sound like a cheesy story. Now, of course, this is 20 years ago. I was actually watching the show Cops. Now, once I became a cop, I never watched the show Cops again. Because, you have it enough in real life. You don't want to freaking watch it on TV. But anyways, on this episode I was watching, the cop responded to a vehicle accident, a bad vehicle accident where the car was flipped up on its side. And so the fire department was there and the cop was there, and they were trying to get this injured person out of the car. And so that cop was on top of that car and was trying to peel that car door back, and then they was able to get that injured person out and get him medical help. And I was like, I want to do that. I really want to be able to help people. And I've always, always said, hey, people need to be held accountable for their actions. So being able to help people like in car accidents and injuries and stuff like that, plus being able to arrest bad guys that commit violence against good people was what made me want to become a police officer. Now, towards the end there, you're just getting too harshly people were expecting you to make perfect decisions under high stress situations instead of being held to the reasonableness standard. So getting Monday morning quarterbacked so harshly burnt me out, plus the odd hours. And plus, my son was, I think, 4 years old at the time that I was involved in my shooting. And then, so that shooting started, like, okay, dude, you're in your late 40s now. You've got a young son at home. Do you really want to be getting into any more shootings and stuff like that? And that kind of got me thinking about getting out of being a regular cop. And then about 6 months after that, then we got into a fight with a dude outside of a fast food restaurant, and we were fighting him, and he had a gun in his front waistband, appendix carry. It wasn't in a holster or anything like that. He was a gang member. He was a thug, and he had just months before had done a drive-by shooting, and he was out on bond on this drive-by shooting, and we didn't even know that at the time that he was out on bond for doing a drive-by shooting. And so when we went to arrest him, he realized that once we arrested him and found that gun on him, that was going to break his bond and violate his bond, and he was going to be in jail for a long, long time. So, man, we were fighting him, and it was kind of a cold, wet, rainy night, and it was making it hard to keep a hold of his hands and keep control of him. And man, we had him down on the ground, but man, he was fighting, and he kept slipping out of our grip, and he would keep trying to reach down there for that gun. And I was thinking, oh man, here we go again. This is like 6 months after my shooting, and finally got to the point where I pulled my gun out and stuck it to his head, and I was like, I will blow your effing brains out if you reach down there again. And then that was enough to kind of snap him to reality, and then we was able to handcuff him. But then after that, I was like, man, I think I'm getting done with this. I'm getting kind of done with this. Plus the working most holidays and getting called out at 1 o'clock in the morning and on sexual assaults and stuff like that. And so Sean Williams asks, I live in Northwest Indiana and work sends him to Illinois. I'm sorry for you from time to time. Thoughts on carrying despite the law? In the vehicle, I can lock it up and throw just the pistol behind a cage in the back of the van. So, Sean, here's what I would do if I were you. I would learn, can you legally put your, like right before you leave the Indiana line, can you legally put that pistol in a lockbox and put it in the back of your van? Can you legally do that and have it? If you can legally do that and go into Illinois. So what I'm saying is if you get pulled over in Illinois, is it legal for you to have that gun unloaded, whatever, and in a lockbox in the back of your van? If you can legally do that, then I would do it. But man, Illinois, man, make sure you can legally do that, brother. Because if you can't, and man, you get some Illinois state trooper pull you over or something, that could be some time in jail and thousands of dollars. So I would learn what you can legally do with the state of Illinois and do that. So if the state of Illinois says you can't have a gun even in a lockbox, then I wouldn't take a gun over that state line if you can't legally do it even if it's in a lockbox, and then see if you could do pepper spray or a taser or something like that instead. So Sean Williams, I feel for you, brother. Man, I don't know the answer to that. If Illinois says, hey, as long as you put that gun unloaded and in a lockbox and out of your reach, then you can travel through our state, then that's obviously what you want to do. But I would stick within the law because, man, you know, it's obviously a very, very slight chance you would actually get involved in a self-defense shooting. But all you need to do is get into an accident and have somebody run a red light and T-bone you and put you in the hospital. And then the police department inventories your vehicle before they have it towed away. And then they find the gun. And next thing you know, you're facing time in jail and thousands of dollars just from some, you know, I hopefully you understand what I'm saying there. The Gravy Gun asks, what exactly is a resistor? Folks, that's my apology. Well, Sean Williams answered below, a person willing to fight, flee that doesn't want to be arrested. Yeah, that's my apology. I used cop talk there instead of, so a resistor, a person that resists arrest, that's fighting you. You tell them to turn around, put their hands behind their back, and they take a swing at you, or they try to tackle you, and it just turns into a fight. Hey, somebody... Anna Lee Brown, you have a good night. Hopefully you got this message before you went to bed. You be good, and hopefully you do better on your fans only page, your fans only account next week. So Nate F asked, if you have a laser and a light combo on your home defense gun, what would be your tactic? Would you just turn the laser on to scare them away, or both, or just the light? Because both would give away your position. So that's a good question. So each situation is going to dictate on that. If I saw a weapon, especially a gun, in that bad guy's hand, in that robber or burglary suspect's hand, I would not turn on laser light. He's just going to be target practice right then and there. I want the complete element of surprise. If I do not see a weapon or a gun in his hand, and if there's distance, so let's say he's got a crowbar in his hand, but I'm 50 feet away in my living room and he's 50 feet away from me, or whatever he is, he's a distance from me and he's only got a crowbar or something like that in his hand, then I would be more apt to do the laser or the light to scare him off. Because I've been involved in one shooting. If I don't have to shoot somebody, I ain't going to do it. I mean, that was my thought process before the shooting, but now post shooting, that's even more ingrained. So while a burglar would totally deserve getting shot if they're inside somebody's house, if I ain't got to shoot somebody, I ain't going to do it. So if there was some distance and I could use my laser or my flashlight to scare him off rather than shooting, that's what I would do. But if he's got a gun in his hand, he's target practice. You turn that laser on and he's automatically going to, more than likely, he's automatically going to open fire on you. Grave Again says, God bless you, brother. So being able to help. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. You're welcome. Justin, thank you. You have yourself a good night. So Nate F says, Nate F says you need to ID your target. So this is reference to, so I'm sorry. So Nate F asked the question, would you use your light or your laser before firing? What would be your tactic? And Jay Karn says that he would use a light because you need to ID your target before shooting, and that is a valid point. And so that's again where I said it would be very situationally dependent. Like if I heard a noise in my kitchen in the middle of the night, I would not automatically come out and shoot a dark silhouette in my kitchen automatically because, well, it could be my wife, got up in the middle of the night to fix herself a snack or something like that, or poison my tea. just joking. But if I heard the forcible entry in my house and then I came out or peeked around the corner and saw the burglar and I know he's a burglar, then that's where if he had a gun in his hand, he's target practice. If I seen the gun in his hand, if I see with only a crowbar in his hand and there's some distance, that's where I would use my light or laser to warn him to that he's made a bad life decision and he needs to exit my house. So Sean Williams said, with the Illinois thing, it's okay to have it locked in the trunk and ammo mag and glove box. In the work van, there's a cage separating the back, but working in bad areas, I'm not a fan of having it. Yeah, man, I feel for you, Sean, because your work sends you there, so you kind of got to go, and then you got to go through a bad area, so then you're not like having your gun on you. Me personally, if it meant prison or jail, I would more than likely just follow what the law is and put it in the lockbox and have it, because, I mean, all it takes is one person to run a stoplight and T-bone you and put you in the hospital, and then your car gets towed in because it's wrecking on the street, and next thing you know, you're facing charges or something like that. Hopefully you can get it at some point where you don't have to go to Illinois anymore due to your work, because but Lachesis had a good point where it's like he doesn't go into Illinois, but you're kind of stuck there because it's your work that's sending you. You're not going there just to drive through there. So Kill 'em Dead asked this question. We kind of answered it earlier. Recently, they made Oklahoma constitutional carry, but I still have my concealed permit. Do you think it's better if I keep renewing it as long as I can? And my thought process was, and numerous other people agreed with it, is other states will require you to have a permit of some kind if for states that you don't live in. So there's a good chance that if you travel, that states, outside states, won't recognize Oklahoma's constitutional carry, but they might recognize Oklahoma's gun permit or carry permit. So a lot of people, and I agree with this too, is like, go ahead and get the carry permit solely for the fact is if you drive out of state, as long as that state recognizes Oklahoma's carry permit, then you can carry your gun out of state. Whereas if you didn't have that and you purely relied on the constitutional carry, then that would only allow you to carry within the state of Oklahoma. So hopefully that makes sense. Nate F asked, has a resistor ever successfully escaped from you? If so, how angry or upset was I? So I have only had one escape from me, and it was not a fight. So I'm almost embarrassed to tell the story because I was a cop maybe 2 years, maybe 1 year. I was just out of FTO when this happened to me. And man, I don't even remember what I even arrested this dude for, but he was in a city park. He was in a park. And I handcuffed him Well, I ran him over my radio, and they said he's got a warrant, but it was from a different county, and we're going to have to see if that county is going to extradite him on that warrant. So hopefully, if this makes sense, arrest warrants are usually issued by the county, and depending on what the crime is, they won't only extradite, they won't only spend the time and the money to come and get that person, depending on what the crime is. So if it's like homicide, a lot of counties will extradite from across the country. But you get somebody that's got an open warrant for, say, drunk driving, and that warrant is from 3 states away, that state's going to be like, we're not going to spend the time, the resources, and the money to drive 3 states over to pick this guy up on this arrest warrant and bring him back to face his charges. And so when the dispatcher told me he had an open warrant, I handcuffed him, and he was next to a picnic table, so I had him sit down at the picnic table, and I don't know, it was like 25 yards away from my squad car that was parked on the street next to the grassy area of the park. And so I went to my squad car to run him. I mean, dispatch already ran him, but I was curious about the warrant. And so I said, hey, you sit your butt down here on this picnic table. He was handcuffed, hands behind his back. And I said, you stay here. I'm going to go to my squad car and check this out. And so I get in my squad car, and I'm on my computer now. I'm watching him. I'm looking up. I type in like his first name, look up at him, make sure he was still there. And he was just sitting there, just chilling out. And then a car pulled up next to me. This is my squad car. Another car pulled up to me. They rolled down their window, and they're like, hey, officer, can you give us directions to so-and-so? And so I looked over at him, and I was like, yeah, if you go up the street, make a left, and then make a right, you'll be right there. And I go look right back at him again, and he's gone. And I don't know where that dude went, man, with my freaking handcuffs. And, I was so mad. And I was like, oh, what do I do here? And then no sooner, and I was like, this is like 10 seconds after he's gone, the dispatcher comes back and says, they confirm the warrant. They will extradite, and we'll start a jail wagon your way. So I was like, control. He just ran. He's going to be, this race, this male, about this tall. And he was wearing like one of those Hawaiian shirts with the big colorful leaves all over. He's wearing like a Hawaiian style shirt. And he's going to have my handcuffs on him. And I felt about this big having to say that over the radio. And so, man, I was so mad, and I was so embarrassed. And anyways, about an hour later, somebody called 911. They said, hey, we got this guy in this liquor store in here. He's handcuffed, and he's asking everybody if they got a pair of metal cutters that can cut his handcuffs. So we swooped in there and got him. But anyways, I charged him with resisting arrest, because he did. I mean, I had him handcuffed, and so I charged him with resisting law enforcement by fleeing on foot. And I also charged him with theft of my handcuffs, because those were my handcuffs, and he ran off with them. Anyways, that took a long time for me to get over that embarrassment. Now, since then, anytime I was dealing with somebody and somebody pulled up to ask me directions, I would say, I'm sorry, I'm busy. I'm sorry, I'm busy. I can't talk, And so I wouldn't say it mean. I wouldn't be rude. I would just be like, I'm sorry, I can't talk. I'm sorry, Anyway, so funny story there. Cardivan B asks, where would be the best place to hide a rifle in the house from thieves? Thank you. So that's going to be very dependent on each house. But obviously, you want to hide it in the place that thieves wouldn't think to look at. If anybody would like to post a comment of ideas that they have, go for it. But so what burglars look for when they hit houses is burglars typically most of the time they want to get in, get the stuff, and get out, because they never know when there's nosy neighbors, when somebody's going to come home. Is there some silent alarm they kicked off that they don't know about? So they want to go in. So they're going to hit what I have found in burglary investigations. They typically hit places where people most commonly keep the stuff they want. So they go under beds. They hit chest of drawers, because people a lot of times keep handguns, jewelry boxes. So under beds, chest of drawers, dressers, closets, and places like that. That's typically the places, the master bedroom. That's typically the places they hit first. And so just the places that bad guys wouldn't think to look. So, if you got a fireplace that you don't use, up in that fireplace is a lot of times a good place to hide stuff. So just wherever you can think of that bad guys just wouldn't normally look for for valuables, that's a good place to keep. And then if anybody wants to post down there with some cool ideas of like how you can cut a wall out and put a fake wall in, whatever, something like that, that'd be advisable. Nate F says, what about if you hear an intruder downstairs? Would you turn on your laser or light? If I would not turn on my laser or my light until I saw the intruder, and then I only needed my laser and my light to identify the target. So chances are, if there's an intruder in my house, I'm going to at least be able to see their silhouette and be able to make it out if that's my wife or if that's a fully grown man. So again, I would not turn on my light or my laser until I physically see that bad guy, see his silhouette, and see if I can make out if he has a weapon or not. If he's got a weapon, I'm not going to turn on my light. He's going to be target practice. If I don't see that he has a weapon, then I might turn on my light or my laser then to try to ward him, to try to scare him off. But I want the element of surprise, and I don't want to cause that bad guy to react any faster until I can develop more intelligence about that bad guy. Am I able to see his silhouette? Am I able to see if he has a weapon or something like that? So hopefully that helps out a little bit there on that. Cliff, you're very welcome. You have a good night too. The Gravy Gun asked, are state troopers more dangerous than the local yokels? The local yokels as far as breaking balls. So state troopers do have a tendency. I don't want to paint every state police department the same across the country, but it's been my experience around this area, around my state and other states, that state troopers can be more strict, they're quicker to write a speeding ticket or something like that. That has been my experience. That I'll tell you what, even off-duty cops hated to get pulled over by state troopers, because while the state trooper more than likely didn't write that off-duty cop it's a speeding ticket or something like that, that state trooper would still end up tearing into him. And then there was some state troopers be like, I don't care if you're Sunday school teacher or off-duty cop or whatever, you went 5 over or 10 over the speed limit, here's your ticket. Some of these state troopers, I think, would ticket their own moms. So some of these state troopers were buttheads. So when I went through the police academy, through the state police academy, almost like every cop in the state has to go through this same police academy. You have to live there for 4 months. And so you would have all these different cops from all these different sheriff's departments, all these cities and towns at the police academy. Well, the state police would have their trooper academy go through too, but they actually kept the state police academy separate than the rest of the police academy. And those troopers in training those cadets, they were not allowed to talk to us. They were not allowed to mingle with us. Their instructors would teach them that they were better than the other cops. They were the state police. And what it is that a lot of these troopers end up in the middle of nowhere. They end up in the middle of a stretch of state highway that's 20, 30 miles of cornfields each way or whatever. Their nearest backup might be 10 or 15 minutes away. And they're out there working these highways that have a lot of drug runners running drugs through the state. And they're working these areas by themselves. And so there's always a chance they might pull over a van that's got 3 or 4 drug runners in it, and they're all armed or they're all ready to fight or whatever, and they're all facing 30 years in prison because they've got kilos of cocaine or meth or whatever in their vehicle. So they try to teach these state troopers that they were almost invincible to try to help them win an almost unwinnable fight like that. That's kind of the mentality they tried to give them, but unfortunately, that also made them kind of dicks too. Sorry for my language. I don't usually use. I don't normally use language like that. But anyways, but on the same token, though, I've met some state troopers that were just as cool and awesome as could be. Awesome dudes. Nate F says, hate state troopers. My only speeding ticket was someone was tailgating me hard, so I went faster before switching lanes. Cop pulled me over, and not the guy pressuring me into speeding up. So he was a state trooper that ticketed you. Like I said, those state troopers, man, they do some ticketing. I've always joked that a state trooper would pull over his own mom and say, well, Mom, I'm sorry, you were speeding. Here's your ticket. Oh, by the way, see you this Thursday for Thanksgiving. Have a good night, Mom. I mean, but again, I've met some state troopers that were just as cool as could be. So what I kind of found with state troopers was that all state troopers, they get out of the police academy, they get out of the state trooper academy, and they're like, I'm the state police. I'm the best of the best. I'm the state police. We're the best of the best. You other cops, you're all lowly cops. You're lowly local cops. And the state troopers that get assigned to the highways around the major metropolitan areas, they're more condensed there. There's more state troopers. So if they need backup, there's another state trooper not too far away. So those troopers that stay working with other state troopers had a tendency to keep that holier than thou mindset. But then those state troopers that got sent out to this lonely stretch of highway between this city, and it was 50 miles in between, then there was no other state troopers to come back them up. And so when they needed backup, then it was the local sheriff's department or the local cops that would leave the city or the town and come up on the interstate to back them up. And those state troopers would start out with that holier than thou attitude. But then after a couple of times of working with the local cops, and they were like, oh, well, these cops aren't as bad as our instructors made them sound like in the police academy. And then that's usually when they would turn cool. And somebody asked earlier, I saw the question and then my thing jumped and I didn't get to see the name, but it said, why do cops like donuts? And so let me touch on this. So I don't know many cops that actually do like donuts or that like donuts any more than the average person. When I was younger, before I got into investigations, it was pretty common for us cops in between runs to go hang out at the local gas station. The gas station liked it because, well, they didn't get robbed while we were there. And then, so they would give us free fountain drinks and we could get free or donuts while we were there. And none of us would ever eat the donuts. And then if we did, if there was 5 or 6 of us standing there talking in between our dispatch runs, if one of the cops did actually go over there and get a donut, we would tease the living heck out of him. Like, come on, dude. You know, number one, those make you fat. Number two, please don't let somebody see you eating a freaking donut, all right? The joke's out there enough that we all like donuts. Now, so the whole the cops liking donuts thing is, back in the olden days, the only places that were open in the middle of the night before all these 24-hour stores started coming out, a lot of times the only places that were open in the middle of the night or super early in the morning were these donut shops, because these places would open up in the middle of the night so they could start fixing the donuts, so the regular people could start coming in at 5, 6, and 7 a.m. to get their donuts for the morning. And the donut shops liked the cops being there because then they weren't getting robbed while the cops were there. And then back in the old handwritten report days, it was a pain in the butt to sit there and write a report in your squad car. It was much easier to go into a place of business, set your report box down on that table, and sit there and write. And so people started seeing cop cars at these donut shops. And, you know, from my understanding, the real reason the cops were there were more for a comfortable place to write their reports out and not so much for the donuts. Now, I'm sure they, like any normal person, would have a donut or two while they were there, especially if they were hungry. But so Squatch Rider 66. Everything I know about state troopers, I learned from super troopers. I can tell you this. And I'm sure you're probably joking, is the cops that was on the movie Super Troopers are nothing like the state troopers I've ever met. And I've met a lot of them. So at least in this area, it's the complete opposite. Usually your local cops are more chilled and more relaxed. And then your troopers are the more tight, hard asses. God, I'm using bad language tonight. They're the more, give you a ticket type of thing. They're more butt heads. But again, I've known other state troopers, have worked with them. They were awesome. They were cool dudes. So Space Daddy Serial says, with his little interaction with law enforcement, and you know what? First of all, I want to appreciate that you said that, in your little interaction with law enforcement, because dude, you would not believe how many people have said, well, every time I deal with the cops, they're butt heads to me. And I'm like, why do you deal with the cops so much? Because most of the time, I'd say for every 10 people I dealt with, 9 out of those 10 people, I got dispatched there. Somebody called 911 on them for some reason, because of a disturbance, or they were looking into cars, or refusing to leave a business or something. And so when people say, well, every time I deal with the cops, they're big butt heads, blah, 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 they harass me, blah, blah. And so that's always one of my questions I'm not asked is, why do you deal with cops so much, you know? Anyways, because I mean, usually cops are sent to that person, not the other way around. Anyways, so Space Daddy Serial says, that the state troopers were pretty chill. The county police were the ones that had a tendency not to be chill, and then sometimes the park police as well. That's interesting. So it just kind of shows you from area to area how things can be different. Because I mean, like in my state, they teach the state troopers you're the best of the best. You're the top cops. You're the state police. You're not a lowly local cop. But it sounds like in your state, they're like, hey, you represent the state, treat the people good, whatever. You know what I mean? And then maybe the county there, maybe the sheriff there is like, you're the sheriff's department, you're the best, you know. So who knows? And then who knows about the park police? So Nate F, you know, you're more than welcome to give your view there. He says that what he's experienced, the cool cops are few and far between. Most seem like they got corrupted by the power and love all the authority and do whatever they want. Hey, you know, what I would really suggest to you is do some ride-alongs. And I mean, if the local police department does a Citizens Police Academy there, do that, but do some ride-alongs. I think you get a little bit of a different experience. I think you get a little bit more exposure what's going on. Kind of, I mean, like a 20-year police officer that I was. I mean, what I found was most cops. Now, of course, this is cops in my area, but most cops, flag waving, patriotic dudes that loved their country, wanted to help people. The cops that I knew that got fired for doing bad stuff was because other cops turned them in. Most of them. What I seen, if a cop was doing, I don't want to say felony stuff. If a cop did a felony stuff, then the other cops would turn them in pretty quick on a felony stuff. But if a cop was maybe a really bad jerk or just doing stuff that was shady, not like felony, because like I said, anytime I never seen a cop commit a felony. But anytime that I heard about a cop committing a felony and other cops witnessing it, then the other cops turn them in. But if any cops that was doing shady stuff, not felony stuff, but just shady stuff, then what I usually witnessed was cops go to that cop, be like, look, man, you need to cut that out. That ain't cool. You know what I mean? And then if they continued to do it, then the other cops would then start making complaints to their superiors. And so most of the cops that I seen get fired were from other cops turning them in. So when you keep hearing all this stuff in the news story about there's that thin blue line, the cops can commit whatever they do and they protect each other, that's not true. And I'll say this, when I first got into law enforcement, if you pulled over an off-duty cop, this is 20 years ago when I first got into law enforcement, if you pulled over an off-duty cop, if he had too much to drink, it was very common for us to give that cop a ride home. We'd say, all right, dude, here's the deal. I can call your sergeant, or you can get in the back of my squad car where I can take you home, and you can call your wife or girlfriend or whomever to come pick up your car, or a friend or whomever, but you're not driving home the rest of the way. That was very, very common 20 years ago. The last 10 years of my career, if you were an off-duty cop, and if you got pulled over and you had a 0.08 blood alcohol content, you were going to jail as an off-duty cop driving with a 0.08 BAC blood alcohol content. But then I'd see cops pull over citizens, and they would have a 0.08 BAC, and that cop with the regular citizen be like, you're right on the line, park your car, call somebody to come get you, you know. But there was such a worry that if they didn't take the cop to jail, that they could get blamed for doing a cover-up, So I actually seen cops getting arrested for stuff, whereas regular citizens would not. And in fact, about a year before I left the police department, before I retired from the police department, a cop and his wife got into a shouting match, and he had a paper plate and a plastic fork, and he got mad and he threw it, and the plastic fork like bounced off a wall and hit her. And maybe it was a metal fork and not a plastic fork, but he didn't even throw it at her, but it hit the wall, and so the cops were called, and he was suspended, and the prosecutor's office mulled over that for weeks if they were going to file charges against him. I mean, he was sweating it. He was really sweating it. And I can tell you this, if that had been regular citizens, husband and wife shouting match, the husband throws his plate and a fork bounces off the wall and accidentally hits her, they'd be, you guys calm down now. Okay, yeah, cool. You guys have a good night. Nobody's going to jail. That fork that hit her was an accident. Whether it was the husband throwing the plate and the fork or the wife throwing it, if it was an accident, it was a freaking accident, But because he was a cop, there was, yeah. So anyways, oh, and then Nate says they also get qualified immunity and can break all sorts of laws and do things that normal. So that again, that has not been my experience. So here's a little bit of education about qualified immunity. You guys have heard me talk several times that if we get sued, we get individually listed on the lawsuit. All right. And so if I make a bad arrest and the prosecutor's office throws that out, then that opens up for that person to sue for false arrest. And on that lawsuit, the police department or the city or town or whatever that you work for gets listed, and you get individually, as the police officer, individually listed on that lawsuit too. So you do face losing your house, your car, and stuff like that. Qualified immunity is when you are reasonably acting within, and here's the big magic word, it has to be reasonable, that you are acting what you believe to be the scope of the law at that time. So here's a good example of qualified immunity. Tennessee versus Garner. The state of Tennessee versus Garner. Garner. What happened there was the officer responded to a burglary, and when he arrived there, the burglar had ran out of the house and was now escaping, was climbing a fence. Well, back then it was legal for cops to shoot fleeing felons. So underneath Tennessee law at that time, if he was a felon and if he was running from you, that cop could shoot you to stop you from escaping if it was a felon that was running. So this burglar had broken into his house, not to that cop's house, but had broke into a house and was now escaping and climbing over a fence to escape. And it was perfectly legal. So that cop shot that burglar. Well, it ended up being like a teenage unarmed kid. And so that's something where qualified immunity comes in. It was perfectly legal for that cop to shoot that kid because he was a fleeing felon. So, but then that went up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, whoa. Shooting somebody is seizing them. We have the Fourth Amendment right against unreasonable searches and seizures. So when you shoot somebody, you're seizing them. And if you're shooting somebody that's not posing an immediate threat to anybody else, that is an unreasonable seizure. So that cop did not get sued because he was acting within the scope of the law at that time. All right. And then so I think another example of qualified immunity would be like a couple of years ago, our state had some screwy, not screwy, but just not laws that weren't clear. And I think it was on brake lights. And so an officer did a traffic stop on a brake light. This car's one of the brake lights was out or something like that. And the way the law was written, it appeared that you could do this traffic stop. So this cop did this traffic stop, and it turned into a big arrest. And so the guy that got arrested, him and his attorneys fought it, and the court agreed with the defendant. Was like, this law is written vaguely, needs to be clarified. We're throwing the arrest out. But underneath qualified immunity, because that cop reasonably believed he was acting within the scope of the law, he did not get sued over doing a bad traffic stop or a false arrest at that point, what they call fruit of the poisonous tree. So we cannot pull a car over, drag somebody out of their car, and just shoot them and call and say qualified immunity. All right. No, we will get arrested for murder. We will get our butts sued off and spend decades and decades in prison. So, so Nate F., sorry, brother. It's that qualified immunity. You're listening too much to what the news media is telling you, brother. You're listening too much to what Black Lives Matter is telling you. And I can tell you this, Black Lives Matter, they do not look at the actual statistics to come up with what their agenda is. So, sorry, brother. But again, just know I'm disagreeing with you and not saying that you can't make that you don't express your opinion. I appreciate your opinion. So then he says, then the police department investigates themselves and clears themselves of any wrongdoing. Normal citizens don't have that kind. So that's actually incorrect again. Nate, brother, you need to do some ride-alongs, or even better, become a cop yourself. Go through the process to become a cop yourself. I have seen this time and time again. I don't want to say time and time and time again, because it's not like this freaking happens every day or anything like that. But when cops have done something wrong and somebody's went to their superior, that is a regular thing where they assign another agency to an outside agency to do the investigation. Like my police action shooting, that was not my agency that investigated it. It was another agency that did the investigation. And then it almost always gets presented to a prosecutor. And then let's say it's a prosecutor that has prosecuted arrests for that officer. They will usually assign an outside prosecutor that's never met that cop before. And I can tell you this about prosecutors. They will prosecute anybody, whether it's a cop or a citizen or whomever. Prosecutors will prosecute. So most of the time, police departments do not investigate themselves on larger things. If it's smaller, I mean, if you go up to the agency and say, your cop was a jerk when he pulled me over last night, then that agency will do their internal investigation on small stuff like that. But if it's bigger things like police action shootings, felonies, stuff like that, those agencies will regularly ask for an outside agency to investigate that. So, dude, seriously, do some ride-alongs, or like I said, even become a cop. You'll see that it's a lot different than what you think, and it's a lot different than what the news media is telling you. So Frank West 725 asked this question. We answered it earlier. Can you shoot somebody in self-defense if they attempt to rob you or threaten to rob you, but they don't have a weapon? So again, there's a lot of variables in there. Is it a female versus a male? Is it a 200-pound male trying to rob a 120-pound female? Then you have what's called disparity of force. Are you a 80-year-old man that's in a wheelchair against a young, healthy male? That's where you'd have your mitigating factors there, your disparity of force. Because an unarmed male that's healthy and 200 pounds can do a lot of severe harm to a female that's smaller than him, or an older male that's in a wheelchair or more fragile. If I have a 5'10", 200-pound guy come up to me and say, "Give me your money or I'm going to punch you," it would be hard for me to justify shooting him unless he actually punched me, got me down, and I had me on my back, had me pinned down to the ground, and was grounding and pounding me to where it was causing my head to bounce off the asphalt, which would give me a concussion, brain damage, or something like that. Then it would justify me using deadly force. So you got to think of disparity of force, and are you getting ready to suffer? Would it be reasonable for you to believe that you are getting ready to suffer a major injury or cost you your life? Hey, if anybody's got any advice for concealed carry for Squatch Rider 66 for concealed carry on a motorcycle, pop down below. It's been 30 years since I've been on a motorcycle, so I'm going to be ignorant to that. So if anybody can comment below on how you like to conceal carry while you're on the motorcycle, please comment so Squatch can get a good answer. So Cordovan B said he's deserved every ticket he did get, but most of the police departments have been polite, and then some even let him go with the warning. So Cordovan, you sound like me. You got a little bit of a lead foot. When I was a uniformed cop, I rarely wrote a speeding ticket. Like, I did not write a speeding ticket until somebody got like 65 miles per hour in a 35 mile per hour zone. I mean, they had to like double the speed limit before I wrote a ticket. Like, I would tell them, like, you would be speeding if you were on the interstate and you're on a local city road and there's a park with kids in it right there, you know. And that's because I sped. I didn't speed so much in my squad car, because if you sped in your squad car, then everybody was calling in your license plate. Your car number with the police plate 3512, speeding going 40 to 35. But when I was off duty in my personally owned vehicle, so I rarely ever wrote speeding tickets. But, you know, I would... Here's the thing with cops is, it's kind of been my experience. If you have 5 cops pull you over, you're going to have 2 of them that's going to be like chill, like really chill. Like, "Hey, man, I pulled you over for speeding. Can I see your license registration? All right, man. Again, I pulled you over for speeding. Hey, here's your license registration back. Verbal warning. Have a good day. Just do me a favor and slow down." Then you're going to have 2 that's going to be firm, but not rude. They're going to be like, "License registration, please. Sir, the reason why I pulled you over for speeding. Please wait here at your vehicle. I'm going to be back with your ticket in just a minute." And then they come back up. "Sir, here's your ticket for speeding. Here's your license registration back. Please slow down. Thank you." And then they turn around. Well, then people are like, "Well, he was the biggest jerk ever." You know, which he wasn't nice, but he wasn't actually a jerk. He was just firm. He was just kind of robotic. Some of those cops can be like, especially those state troopers. And then, so that's 4 out of the 5. And then you get that 5th one where it's like, the dude is a freaking jerk. You know, it's like, dude, chill out. You're a jerk. No need to talk down to people like that, you know. So no matter how nice you are to them, every so often you will run into a jerk. And then you'll run into those real cool dudes. And then you'll run into those dudes that are, you know, you were speeding, I must issue you a speeding ticket, you know. It's like, dudes, you guys, y'all need to chill out. Brad Owen. Hey, Brad, hopefully you've not crashed out yet. Hey, thank you for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. That's going straight towards that tractor. But I like Brad. He says, enough internet for now. Time to go train. Or he says, I mean sleep. I can catch the rest tomorrow after it posts. So that's what I always say at the end of my videos is, that's enough internet for me today. It is time to go train. Folks, if you made it this far, hey, thank you very much. I pray that you have a good night. And a lot of times those videos I shoot, either film the video and then do some firearms training, or do the firearms training and then shoot a video. Enoob responded to Frank about, can you shoot an unarmed robbery guy that's unarmed and trying to rob you? And he words it pretty good here. I gave examples, but Enoob did a pretty good job of condensing it. You have to feel within reason that your life is in danger. So a simple robbery, a guy your size coming up saying, give me your money or I'm going to hit you. It's going to be hard to articulate that it was reasonable for you to be in fear for your life or great bodily injury. Also, too, everybody that's watched this live stream, your homework is to research your state's laws on self-defense. And for you folks that live in states that actually say you can defend yourselves, usually in these state laws, as I've read different states' laws on self-defense, a lot of them will say you can use reasonable force. It must be reasonable for you to be in fear for your life. And so you'll keep seeing that word reasonable to come up over and over again. And that's a great way actually to write the law, because let's say you defend yourself and the local cops and the prosecutor doesn't think that you should have defended yourself and they file charges against you. Well, then a jury is going to say, was it reasonable for him to be in fear for his life? Okay, if it was, then was it reasonable for him to use the deadly force? And so here's the other thing too. Reasonable means reasonable, not perfect. That's a big, huge thing. If there's one thing to take away from this live stream, reasonable does not mean perfect. You are not going to make perfect decisions when your life is on the line. So when the state laws say reasonable, that means you don't have to that you're not going to be expected to make perfect decisions. Not unreasonable decisions, but not perfect decisions. So just reasonable decisions. Because again, you're not going to make perfect decisions underneath high stress moments. Nate F asks, have you personally seen racism or discrimination from your fellow cops? Not that much. I mean, honestly, most of the racism that I've seen was usually from non-white cops. I've seen, man, the last time I saw a cop actually use an actual racial term was probably 18 years ago. Actually come out and say, actually use a racial term. I had seen a couple of cops that like to target Mexicans on traffic offenses. And they weren't targeting them because they were Mexican, just because they were Mexican. It's not like they were like, oh, I don't like Mexicans, I'm going to pull them over. But some of these younger cops found that if they pulled 5 cars over and 2 of them were Mexican, if they did 5 traffic stops throughout their work day that day, and if 2 of them were Mexican, then a high likelihood that those 2 Mexicans did not have driver's licenses. And so those cops that like to do traffic stops, I seen a couple of them, not a ton of them, but I seen a couple of them. These were usually the younger ones that correlated, oh, Mexican driver, especially if they were like in a construction truck or construction van, high likelihood they didn't have a driver's license. So it wasn't the fact that they were Mexican. If they had stopped people, and if they noticed that people that wore baseball caps had a tendency not to have driver's licenses, then they would be really pulling over people wearing baseball. So it wasn't their race. It was just, I hope I'm articulating this correctly. But anyways, I seen, so like, I don't know, probably 3 or 4 years ago, a younger cop was doing that in my area, and the prosecutor's office contacted the police department and said, hey, you might want to take a look at your officer so-and-so. We're noticing that for every 10 tickets he turns down here, 5 out of the 10 are Hispanic drivers. And so that was rectified pretty quickly. It was like, look, dude, quit targeting. And I know he didn't, it's not, and I knew the guy, I didn't know what traffic stops he was doing because I was a detective and he was a uniformed cop. I know he didn't dislike Hispanics. He just learned that, there's a lot of Hispanic drivers out there that don't have driver's licenses. So, anyways, I don't know if I'm even explaining that correctly or not. So anyways, no, I mean, actually, I think I've seen more racism from non-white police officers towards other white officers or what have you. And then usually a lot of times the racism I see is when we arrest somebody, usually it's like a drunk person or something. They get yelling racist words towards black cops or what have you. So Space Serial Daddy says park police don't get a lot of action, in his opinion. I think it probably just depends on what area the parks are that they patrol. You get it like in a nice area, and the parks are probably pretty clean and pretty quiet. And you get parks in a crappy area, then you start getting your drugs, homicides, gangs wanting to control those parks and stuff like that. So you've heard many horror stories. I mean, it does happen. I just don't, it doesn't, from my experience. So Nate F said, I've heard many horror stories of a cop ratting out their fellow cops or PD for corruption, then getting threatening notes, forcing them to leave for snitching, brotherhood mentality, can't rat out, stuff like that. So I'm not saying that it does not happen. I'm just saying this, it's been my experience that does not happen nearly the amount that the news media wants you to believe. Also, too, usually when you read about these stories, where does this usually happen at? Where do these stories usually come out of? Places like Chicago, New Jersey, places where the mayor's corrupt, the council members are corrupt, the school teachers are corrupt, the cops are corrupt, your local pastors are even taking bribes on the side. You know what I mean? And so I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but what I'm telling you is what my experience is. And this is my honest experience, okay? Is that most cops that I have seen lose their jobs because they're doing dumb stuff or bad stuff, have been ratted out by other cops. And what I also have seen is that cops will typically get arrested quicker for silly stuff than the citizen, because the other cops don't want to have any signs that they are trying to do a cover up or something like that. But now, is it going to be different in New Jersey, where there's this whole different society almost, or society is not the word I'm wanting to use, but it's just different in places like that. That could happen a lot more there. So what I want to warn you, or I don't want to warn, the word warn is not good. What I want to caution you is you got to make sure that you don't paint every cop and every police department the same across the whole country. Again, you have to realize that the United States is a huge country, and different areas of that country are just different. They're just different cultures. It's like in my area, you walk down the street, people say hi to each other. They nod their heads, they're polite and stuff like that. You get in New York City, people scoff, they're rude to each other, you know. And like I said earlier, if you have a liberal area, you're going to have kids that are brought up by liberal teachers and liberal parents. Those liberal kids that were taught to be liberal grow up to be electricians, liberal electricians. They end up becoming liberal cops, liberal school teachers, and stuff like that themselves. So, again, I just want to caution you about painting every police officer and every police agency across the country as the same. Enub asks me, but that is civil, not criminal, right? I don't remember what it was. Could you clarify your question? I'm sorry, Enub. I remember responding to some of your comments earlier. I just don't remember exactly which one that is that you're asking on. My apologies. So Jay Carn says, recent case of state trooper that pitted a pregnant woman who was in the emergency lane with her flashers on. He got away with it. So I don't know. I don't know the case behind that, the whole situation. Okay, how about this? If a pregnant woman is sitting in the emergency lane with her flashers on, and that's all she's doing, and he just come up and just rammed her, there's got to be more to that story than that. I just don't. There's got to be more to it. And then even on that, I mean, so the headline's going to say state trooper pitted a pregnant woman. Did he even know she was pregnant? Did he even know it was a woman inside the car? You know, had he met the woman before to know she was pregnant? You're not going to look at a woman in her car from your car and realize she's pregnant. But even if whether she's pregnant or not, I mean, there's going to be, even if she was a non-pregnant woman, if she was a man sitting in the emergency lane with the flashers on, I just don't see a cop just coming up and ramming them because they were sitting there with their flashers on and getting away with it. There's more to that story than somebody just sitting there with their flashers on. Nate, yes, I can deny that the police profession. Dude, homework for you, Nate. Do some ride-alongs and actually go and apply and become a police officer. He said you can't deny that professional law enforcement attracts a lot of crappy people, bullies, and people who want power. If you asked the average cop, why did you get into law enforcement? It's because they wanted to help people. They wanted to help out their community. Now, I seen some that started off with wanting to help people and wanting to help their community, and then after dealing with crappy people, they became jaded and became buttheads themselves. But as far as actually, you know, like at the police academy, I didn't see many people that you could just tell were just freaking bullies, you know, and just wanted to be police officers. So Nate F says, talking about where cops shoot somebody in the back or something, getting away with it. Kelly Thomas, Rodney King, you can't deny these horrible things that happen. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's there's bad things that do happen. But I want to ask you this, Nate. How many interactions do cops have with people on a day-to-day basis? When you factor in, there's like 750,000 cops across the United States. There's like 700,000 or 1 million cops or something like that across the United States. All right. And you start taking that, these cops have X amount of interactions per day with citizens. Now we're talking millions and millions and millions of interactions when I'm talking interactions, I'm not talking about like you walk past one in the grocery store and you say hi to each other. I'm talking traffic stops. I'm talking suspicious person calls. I'm talking domestics that cops get called on and stuff like that. So we're talking millions and millions of interactions, professional interactions that cops are having with people every day. And how many of these actually turn into shootings? Now, Rodney King, I mean, I don't know anything about Kelly Thomas. But with Rodney King, I mean, that dude fought. And did I think they went probably overboard? Yeah. I mean, did they go, I think, as overboard as the media made him out? Now watch, YouTube is going to freaking try to put me in prison over this. That dude, that was a long, high-speed chase. He gets out of the cars. They try to tase him. Of course, the tasers were old back then. He picks up that one cop, throws him like a rag doll. So they're like, okay, you're going to fight like this. We're going to beat you till you go down. And then once he went down, they're like, okay, we're going to beat you until you stay down. And I think they went overboard, but I think there's the reason why that jury found him not guilty, because they saw the whole video and they was like, that dude went freaking crazy on those cops. And so they beat him until they're as far as they possibly could. Breonna Taylor, you know what? I think that turned out bad, but with Breonna Taylor, they kept posting pictures of her in her paramedic outfit. And, like they always do when somebody gets shot by the police, they post their Sunday school picture or their graduation picture or their kindergarten picture or something like that. The fact was, she was dating a drug dealer. And something went wrong somewhere where, the drug dealer boyfriend wasn't there at that time, or the package didn't get shipped at that time. They had a search warrant. They went in. That cop or the whatever boyfriend was there opened fire on him. They fired back. Was it perfect? Was it ugly? No, it wasn't perfect. Yes, it was ugly. Were they the cold-blooded murderers that the media made them out to be? I think if you got the whole story, and if you were in those cop shoes and doing that investigation, you'd probably have a different outlook on it. I'm not saying that they were completely innocent. I wasn't there. I wasn't part of that investigation. I'm just saying, I think you're letting the news media dictate more what you believe. And the news media rarely has a grasp on reality. 123 says Canadian Convoy for Freedom. I completely agree with you. I think the news media, going back on where news media doesn't have a grasp on reality, I think this Canadian Convoy for Freedom is much larger than what the news media is letting us on to be. When you start seeing other drone footage from not the mainstream media, when you're getting footage from other people, you're seeing that it's larger than what the mainstream media is just trying to tell you it's a handful of truckers and they're pissing everybody off by blocking traffic and stuff. But when you get away from the mainstream media, you start seeing there's more to it. So Nate F said Kelly Thomas was the homeless guy who was targeted and then beaten to death by a group of cops. I don't recognize the name. Eric Garner is another one guy illegally selling cigarettes and a cop choked him to death. Okay, so I'm going to agree with you and disagree with you. The cop did not choke him to death. Was that guy not talking when he was going into the back of that ambulance? If that cop choked him to death, he would not have been talking. You can't talk while you're choking, all right? Or get out actual intelligent words. Here's what irritated me about that. Why is selling loose cigarettes an arrestable offense? In New York City, evidently, if I got this correctly, selling loosies, where you buy a pack of cigarettes, and so instead of getting $5 for the pack, or whatever cigarettes cost now, if you sell them loose, you can end up making $10 per pack because you're charging more for the loose cigarette. For me, I was like, that is despotic that you can be arrested for selling loose cigarettes. That is despotic. That is tyranny. Eric Garner, I can tell you this from experience in watching that video. That was a dude that was one flight of stairs away from a heart attack. If he wouldn't have fought those cops, and if he never had interactions with those cops, the next fight he got into with somebody in his neighborhood, he was going to die of a heart attack. It was that fight that killed him. It was him resisting the arrest that killed him. It was his heart attack that killed him. He did not get choked to death. Nate, brother, you need to, okay, I'm telling you now, do some ride-alongs. Take Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. You would learn right then. If you took any Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu right then and there, you would know that he was not choked to death. Take some and get some real force-on-force training, real force-on-force training, okay? And it's going to open up your eyes to a whole different world, brother. If you're saying that cop choked him to death, then you are getting that from Black Lives Matter, who are communists, and the news media. So you're getting very, very bad information. Brother, you have seen me spill out here. I am not blowing smoke up anybody. I'm giving you real information. I don't try to hide stuff. I'm giving you what my experiences are. And of course, I'm also, every time I tell you what my experience is, I also back that up with this is my experience and this is my area. It can be different from area to area too. I mean, New Jersey is going to be different than my area. Okay. So New York Prepper asks, thoughts on Ukraine? Are we going to war? I don't foresee us actually going to war. I could see some proxy stuff going there. I'm not stressing it too much. And stuff like this, there is always things behind the scenes that we don't know about. But it's kind of my understanding that Ukraine's got kind of a crappy government over there. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not stressing it too much. I just wish there was somebody other than Biden in the White House overseeing this. There might be something actually get done right, correctly. If Biden was not in there, if we still had Trump in there, Putin probably wouldn't be there on the border doing that. And who knows? Putin might just be putting people on the border just to get something else that he wants. It's that whole 3D chess, or that whole 3D chess game that these world leaders play. Enoob, the slow is, I think it's 60 seconds. I think it's got to be 60 seconds between each comment. I think it's what it is, but my apologies. It's been almost 5 hours since I set that. So New York Prepper says, I've had experiences with both ends of the spectrum, really nice cops and really rude, egotistical cops. I completely believe in videotaping cops as long as it doesn't interfere with their investigation. And I need to kind of articulate this. I think if somebody videotapes a cop and then splices that video so it makes the cop look bad, then that person either needs to be charged or sued by that cop. On traffic stops, you get pulled over by a cop, set your phone up there and just record the traffic stop. There's absolutely nothing, well, in most states, there's nothing illegal about that. And it should be 100% legal to keep your government in check. All right. So you pull a cop, or a cop pulls you over, and he comes up and he's an egotistical jerk to you, then you give that video to that to his supervisor and say, look, this dude was a jerk. All right. Now, of course, when you take it to his supervisor and you contact his supervisor the next business day, you don't want to just say, this guy was a freaking jerk, blah, blah, butthead, blah, blah. You know, you say, look, man, I was on my way home from work. Yeah, I was going 55 and a 45. I was wrong. I'm going to pay the ticket, but this cop didn't need to talk to me like he did, you know, and I wish to file a complaint and then turn the video over. And I think you guys would be surprised of how much, because I seen it. I mean, my office, my last two police departments, my office was right next to the chief of police's office, and I'd hear him every once in a while call a cop in and give him a dressing down and give him a chewing out for being rude to somebody, you know. So now, of course, you get like New York City and a cop talks rude to you. Well, everybody talks rude to everybody in New York City, you know. So if you did that in New York City, that cop supervisor would be like, well, what's wrong with that? You jerk, get out of here, you know. So yeah, Jet, you're exactly right. It seems like sometimes people get hurt when they resist or shoot at the police. He is 100% correct. If you notice, most, not all, most, if not all, I'm sorry, most, but not all, but most of these controversial police action shootings, it was a violent incident leading up to that shooting. All right. So it's rare, for an example, for somebody to be driving to work and the cop just pull them over and walk up to them and shoot them. All right. There's usually something violent leading up to that. Most of the time. I'm not talking about every 100% of the time. I'm talking about the vast majority of the time. What normally happens. All right. Again, cops are not robots. Cops are humans. There's between 750,000 and 1 million cops in the United States. You're going to have some jerks in there. You're going to have cops in there that should not be cops, especially when you get these quota hires. And I'm not saying that somebody is, because they're a black officer, they're going to be less than an officer. Because they're female, they're going to be less than an officer. I'm talking about when agencies lower their hiring standards, then you're going to end up with cops that should not be cops, which is just another reason not to live in a liberal city. So again, the norm is there's a violent confrontation leading up to a person getting shot. And again, every time one of these thugs gets shot and killed by the cops, the news media and the family tries to paint them. They put their kindergarten graduation picture on the news and tried to paint him out as, you know, oh, he was on his way to church and blah, blah, blah. He was a gentle giant and stuff like, come on, people. Nate F. Okay, another example. Up until recently, it was legal in many states for a cop to have sex with a detainee. That might have been legal, but I can guarantee you this: it was against the. So let's say I arrested a chick for drunk driving, and on the way to jail, I pull over the side of the road. I'm like, "Hey, you want to do it?" And she said yes. Was it technically legal for me to have sex with her? It might not have been against state law. I might not get arrested for it, but guess what? I would have gotten fired for it. And any cop that does that is stupid, because you arrest somebody and you have sex with him and you take him to jail, or if you cut him loose, you're risking them making a false accusation against you. You know what I mean? You're risking them waking up the next day and they're going to yell that you raped them, and well, now your DNA's inside of them. You know, so I don't even know about, I don't even know if what states it is legal to have sex with a detainee or not. And just, even if it's legal or not legal, I can guarantee you this: it's going to be against the department policy, and it's going to cost you your job if you do it. These stupid comments, the way they jump on me. Folks, I'm going to be hanging up here in a second. New York Prepper said, thanks for the tip on the recording. Yeah, and I wanted to add something else to that. So, like normal traffic stop, a cop pulls you over for speeding, turn your phone on, start record the traffic stop. If he's a jerk to you, if he talks down to you, talks to you like you're 2 years old, make a complaint and turn and give the video to your to that cop supervisor. Again, I think you'd be, I'm not going to say it's going to happen every time, but I think more times than what you would think, the supervisor is going to call that cop in and like, look, you don't need to be talking to people like that. All right, here's a warning. Next time it's going to be a write-up. Next time it's going to be suspension. You know, next time it's going to be, instead of a 3-day suspension, it's going to be a week-long suspension. Next time you're going to face termination. Yeah, it takes 5 or 6 times before it happens, but you know, a cop gets enough complaints and they do that progression, that progressive disciplinary action. Warning. Well, a lot of times, so what I seen was what they'd call a verbal counseling. Then it was a warning, a written warning. Then it was an actual write-up. Then it was a couple-day suspension. Then it turned into a longer suspension. And then it was suspended pending termination. But now, if you decide to record the cops on the street making an arrest, while that's perfectly legal in most states and should be legal in all states, you got to do that at a distance so you're not impeding on that cop's investigation, on that arrest that cop's making. Because that cop does not know who you are. He doesn't know if you're a friend of that guy's. And a lot of times when people are recording cops making an arrest like that, they're not just sitting there recording, they're sitting there yelling stuff at the cops. They're being hostile towards the cops. So now they don't, I mean, if I got some dude standing 10 feet away from me and he's screaming at me, even if he's got a cell phone in his hand, I'm thinking, well, the way this guy's screaming at me, there's a good chance he might attack me too. So, when you record the cops on something like that, make sure you got some distance there, that the cop doesn't feel like he's got to watch you because he's got to watch the person he's arresting and watch you too. So, just heads up on that. What is with all these spam? Nate F., you just don't give up, do you, brother? He says, I'd be hesitant on being a cop because it's your job to enforce all laws, including ones you disagree with, victimless crimes, for example. So, again, dude, that is not true. No, your homework now is to go to your local police department and fill out an application now. Okay. In a lot of areas, it is officer discretion on misdemeanors, and then you are expected to make the arrest on felonies. All right. So, officer discretion on misdemeanors, if you make the arrest or not, and then pretty much mandatory on felonies. All right. In my state, if a husband hits his wife and we get called there, that's DV, domestic violence. All right. We get there, and if the wife says, I don't want to file charges, we don't have to make the arrest. Now, one misdemeanor that we do have to make the arrest on, or are supposed to make the arrest on, is when somebody hits the 0.08 blood alcohol content for drunk driving. So that is actually mandated by law on a misdemeanor that we make the arrest. But I've seen that many times where cop have somebody blow into the PBT, they're on the side of the road, and it hits 0.08, and the cop's like, this I can press this little button, make that number disappear, dude. Call somebody, come get your car. Again, like I said earlier, though, that if that was a cop that blows in the PBT and blows a 0.08, that the other cop's like, you're going to jail, because I ain't risking looking like I'm doing some kind of a cover up. All right. Like misdemeanors that I've seen cops let people go, like small amounts of shoplifting where they didn't fight, and it was, a hungry person that stole a sandwich or something like that. Teenage kids doing stupid stuff. Just a lot of little stupid things like that there I'd seen where, cops. Brother, I'll tell you this, man. I would say I arrested probably 2 out of 10 people that I legally could have arrested. All right. And that's where most cops too. We could arrest a lot more. Again, do some ride-alongs, go apply at your local police department. It's going to open up your eyes to a whole different world of what you read on the internet and read on the news, hear on the news, and get from Black Lives Matter. Because I'm telling you, dude, 8 out of 10 people, or for every 10 people that we could arrest, I bet 8 out of those 10 people don't. It's a big number like that. Don't get arrested. So, Nate, yes, it is true that it's law enforcement's job to enforce the law, but in most states, we have discretion, especially in nonviolent misdemeanors, on if we enforce it or not. So, how about this? You stop an 18-year-old, or you get dispatched to a party, and it's 18 and 19-year-olds, and they have all got a beer. Okay, they're underage drinking. All right. Are we actually going to arrest those kids? Could we arrest them? Yeah. Does it do any good to make the arrest? No. Now, typically, Where one of those 18-year-olds would go to jail is when you say, all right, look, you're all 18 years old, you're underage to be drinking. Look, here's what we're going to do is we're going to issue you a ticket, or maybe not even issue a ticket, but you need to call your parents to come get you. And then you get that one that wants to argue with you and run his mouth. He's the one that talks himself into going to jail. But no need to make the arrest. That's where your officer discretion comes in. You get and this has happened to me. You get dispatched on a shoplifter. You get there and some dude that's hungry and he stole one of those eat and eat sandwiches from the gas station. Could I arrest him? Did he break the law? Did he commit theft? Yeah. What good would it do for me to make the arrest? Now, on the flip side, you get dispatched and dude stealing lottery tickets. Dude, during the course of his theft, hit the cashier at that gas station. That's where you make the arrest, all right? So then Nate F says, don't you need to be big or in fit shape to be a cop? I said before, I'm a skinny dude and I don't feel confident wrestling some drunk guy resisting. That depends on agency to agency. So, I mean, Bruce Lee, he was a small little dude and he was a bad dude. All right. But it's going to vary. Your physical fitness standards are going to vary from agency to agency. I've seen some agencies where their officers had to pass yearly physical fitness tests. I've seen some agencies where it was a tough physical fitness test where all their officers were pretty built because they had to be in top shape to remain on the police department. I've seen other agencies have yearly physical fitness tests, but that physical fitness test was a joke. And then I've seen agencies where they had more overweight cops than physically fit cops. I will say this, that I was always pretty physically fit until I went to night shift, and not sleeping at night, not sleeping good during the day, and having a crappy diet put weight on me. And then so I finally said, look, I am not eating at the restaurants anymore on my lunch break. I'm bringing my lunch in, and lost 30 pounds just doing that. So New York Prepper says, is it a tough being a cop and having to enforce anti-2A laws? Is there some flexibility there? So actually there is. I have never arrested somebody that was not a felon, a violent felon, for a gun law of some kind. Everybody ever arrested where I did some type of a gun charge on them, there was always, they had drugs with them, like cocaine type drugs. They were gang members. Like, I have never stopped anybody that was like on a traffic stop or something like that, that was like just on their way home from work and had a handgun without a permit. You know, I've never made an arrest like that. I only know of one arrest that happened like that, where a younger cop pulled over a lady. Somehow he found out she had a gun in her purse during this traffic stop, and she did not have a permit, and he ended up arresting her for carrying a handgun without a carry permit. That's the only one I ever known of that's like that. Almost all the gun charges that I know of, there was some other crimes that caught the cops' attention to begin with. And then, like, a lot of cops are, at least in my area, you know, it's obviously going to be different in New York City, probably going to be different in New Jersey, California, and places like that. But in my area, and of course, my area is not so, I mean, think of all the small towns and rural counties across the United States where a lot of the cops are going to have the same mindset. A lot of cops like guns. I mean, enjoy collecting them, enjoy shooting them. And here's the deal is, let's say if the feds were to make AR-15 rifles illegal. Well, okay, so the cop would still have his department issued AR-15, but that AR-15 belongs to that department. So then that would mean that that cop would have to get rid of his AR-15s, all right? And so cops don't want, that kind of stuff happening to them either. So again, like I said, this would be different. It's probably going to be more different in new places like New Jersey, New York City, Southern California, and stuff like that. I mean, most gun arrests that I've seen, like I said, it's not been hard because most gun arrests that I have seen has been where other crimes were involved. And then that person had a gun, that criminal had a gun on him. So they caught the extra charge of that gun. Does that make sense? So Nate F., you said, I meant more that shouldn't you be fit to be a cop since you might have someone trying to resist arrest and fight you and have to win that fight to get them in handcuffs. Yeah, you don't want to be a totally unfit person. And here's the other thing too is you got to think more than just about yourself. As a police officer, you have to think more than just about yourself. And one of the things that was really hammered into us at the police academy, and I completely agree with this, is okay, if you get your own butt kicked, that's on you, but don't get your partner hurt because you can't be effective in this violent situation to help your partner out. And that was always one of my things is, okay, if I get my butt kicked, that's one thing, but I don't want to get my partner hurt. You know what I mean? I don't want my partner getting hurt, somebody else getting hurt because of my inequalities. So in New York Prepper, yeah, you figure that the gun charges are more like tack-on charges. Yeah, but again, I want to stress this. I would not want to be living in New York, New Jersey, or New York City, because I think their mindset, because that part of the country, the cops, the teachers, the electricians, the plumbers, everybody's going to have a different mindset on that. And that's just what I just want to, hey, just, and not in this New York Prepper, this isn't to you, but just to everybody. It's like, don't paint every cop and every agency the same all the way across the country. So anyways, folks, did you guys get anything out of this? I'm getting ready to wrap this up. Well, good for you, New York Prepper, that you got to Pennsylvania. I don't know a whole lot about Pennsylvania, about their laws or anything like that, but good for you getting out of New York. I mean, I know the state of New York is different than New York City, but I do know that the state of New York suffers because of New York City. So, folks, if anybody had any other questions that I missed, my apologies. Hopefully you guys got some good information out of this. I swore I was only going to go for like 2 hours tonight, an hour to 2 hours, and then now I'm at almost 5 hours and 5.5 hours. Well, folks, hey, thank you very much. Thank you to everybody anybody and everybody that did any super chats. I really appreciate it. And folks, you guys have a good night. And I should be releasing a video like around 6 or 6:30 Eastern Standard Time tomorrow night. And folks, anyways, you guys have a good night, and I'll talk to you later.